Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Let me ask you, are you relying solely on willpower to keep your business moving forward? Many leaders find that discipline alone leads to burnout. True sustainable leadership requires something deeper, a shift from controlling your impulses to finding higher taste in your work. In this video, we will try and find the answer to this very profound question, and we will take help of Bhagavad Gita. We will apply its ancient wisdom to the modern executive decision making. We will learn why external self control is only a temporary fix and discover how to cultivate a purpose driven mindset that naturally eliminate distraction and exhaustion. Let's go. Imagine it's 11 p.m. The office is quiet. You have hit your KPIs. You have managed the crisis and your team is performing. By all metrics, you are the picture of discipline. You have mastered the grind, but if you are honest with yourself in the silence of this moment, you feel a strange hollow fatigue. You're not tired because you aren't working hard enough. You are tired because you have been relying on willpower alone to sustain you. In the modern corporate world, we treat discipline like a religion. We praise the 4 a.m. wake up calls, the relentless sacrifice, and the ironclad self control. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to share a piece of ancient wisdom that suggests there is a massive difference between controlling yourself and being inspired by something greater. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 59 of Bhagavad Gita, a timeless management strategy for the modern CEOs. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let us define the problem. Most leadership development focus on suppression. We suppress our stress, we suppress our doubts, we suppress our desire for a balanced life because we believe discipline is the only thing standing between us and a failure. We treat our impulses like enemies. We white knuckle our way through board meetings, through difficult conversations, and through burnout. But here is the truth, and the Gita points it out clearly. The quote starts: often we may come and keep the senses under control, but the taste of the object of enjoyment still remains. And the quote closes. Think about it. You can force yourself to follow a routine. You can force yourself to lead. But if you are still internally, testing the stress or, thinking about the stress or the greed or the ego, the discipline is just a temporary dam holding back a flood. Eventually, the dam would break at some point in time. When you lead only through discipline, you are constantly fighting against your own nature. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You can do it for a while, but eventually your arms get tired. And that is where the exhaustive burnout comes from. So, what is the alternative? The verse continues with a powerful solution. But once with divine consciousness loses the taste for such sensory objects, having acquired a higher taste. This is a shift from discipline to purpose. In the context of C suite, divine consciousness isn't just a spiritual term, it's about alignment. It's about being so deeply connected to the why of your organization, your vision, your legacy, your contribution to humanity that the petty distractions, the ego driven impulses are the exhaustion, that is that you lose your flavor. When you discover a higher taste, you don't have to fight your lower instinct. They simply become uninteresting. Imagine a child playing with a cheap plastic toy. If you try to take it away, they fight with you. They have a taste for that toy. But if you show them a beautiful, complex, fascinating educational game, they drop the plastic toy voluntarily. and you don't have to force them to do anything. They just found something better. And that is the CEO superpower. When you lead from a place of higher purpose, you aren't sacrificing your health or your peace of mind to achieve results. You are naturally moving towards a goal that is inherently satisfying. So, how do we apply this in the board tomorrow? How do you move from the grind to higher taste? Number one, audit your why, which is looking beyond profit. If your only taste is the quarterly returns, your willpower will eventually dry up. Does your business serve a larger purpose? Does it solve a genuine human problem? Reconnect your daily tasks to the impact that you're making. When the work matters, discipline becomes easy. Number two, practice strategic detachment. This doesn't mean apathy. It means you stop obsessing over the outcome and start obsessing over the process of the service. When you're detached from the fruits of your labor, you stop being a slave to the stress of success or even failure. You gain clarity. Number three is delegate the ego. Often we try to control every detail because we are addicted to the feelings of being indispensable, the low taste of being the hero. To reach a higher taste, you must empower your team. Leadership isn't about you being the smartest person in the room, it's about you being the most aligned person in the room. Leadership is not a sprint of willpower, it is a marathon of consciousness. Don't settle for just being disciplined. Anyone can be disciplined if they are miserable enough. Aim for something higher. Find the purpose that makes the struggle disappear. When you lead with higher taste, you don't just achieve more. You become someone who others want to follow. Today, I challenge you to look at your own calendar and ask yourself, am I doing this out of habit and willpower, or am I doing this because I've caught a glimpse of something better? The answer to that question will change the way you lead starting right now. So friends, thanks for watching for this this video, and if this resonate with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you maintain your higher taste when the pressure is on? Let's keep the conversation going, and I will see you very soon in the next one. We are told that building private cities in the stars is the ultimate leap for humanity. But what if it's actually $1 trillion physical disaster? While the billionaires dream of lunar agriculture, millions on Earth are starving due to broken supply chains. Can we really justify orbital colonies when that the same capital could permanently end global hunger? Today, let us discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Picture this, it's the year 2045. High above the blue curve of our atmosphere, glinting in the unfiltered sunlight, massive rotating cylinder of titanium and carbon fiber houses billions of citizens. These are private orbital cities, tax havens in the thermosphere, corporate utopia free from earthly regulations, boasting zero gravity manufacturing hubs and luxury habitats overlooking the cosmos. For tech billionaires and the visionary founders, this is the ultimate leap for humanity. It is pitched as our insurance policy against extinction, a grand technological frontier where capitalism breaks free from earthly limits. But behind the slick CGI promotional videos and the romanticized rhetoric of becoming a multiplanetary species, a very different picture emerges when you look at the ledger. What if building private city in orbit isn't the dawn of golden age, but rather a $1 trillion physical disaster? What if the $1 trillion price tag required to build a single orbital habitat could instead solve many humanity's most pressing catastrophic crises right here at home, starting with global hunger? Today, we are pulling back the curtain on the grand illusion of space privatization. We are looking at the cold, hard economics of the orbital real estate, the staggering opportunity cost, and why saving Earth might actually be a much better investment than fleeing from it. To understand why the orbital private cities are an economic nightmare, we first have to look at the sheer, unadulterated cost of moving mass out of Earth's gravity well. The economists often talk about launch cost per kilogram. Right now, thanks to reusable rockets technology pioneered over last decade, we have managed to drag that cost down from tens of thousands to roughly a couple of $1,000s per kilogram. Sounds like progress, right? But a private city isn't a cube satellite. It isn't a science payload. A habitat capable of sustaining human life, shielding citizens from deadly cosmic radiation, resisting micrometeoroid impact, and maintaining a closed-loop life support systems required thousands of metric tons of infrastructure. Let's do some back of the envelope microeconomics. The International Space Station, which is a marvel of engineering, but essentially a cramped scientific laboratory housing a half dozen people, cost over $100 billion to build and maintain over its lifetime. Scale that up to a city housing even 10,000 people. Can you immediately, we are looking at the capital expenditure that eclipse the GDP of many developing nations. Who pay for this? Private corporations, the venture capital demand, a return on investment, isn't it? Here is where the economic model shatters. The real estate on earth is profitable because of the land scarcity, established infrastructure, and ready-made labor force. In orbit, every single square inch of living space has to be manufactured on Earth, blasted into space on controlled explosions, and assembled in vacuum by high-risk, exorbitantly paid labor. If a private corporation build an orbital habitat who is buying the real estate, well, of course, billionaires and corporate executives, they will definitely be the target audience. But a city cannot run on executives alone. You need service workers, maintenance crews, engineers, and administrators who pay for their life support. That's a big question mark right now. When you factor in the debt financing cost, insurance premiums for ensuring multi-billion-dollar orbital infrastructure against this and protecting it against the space debris, and the staggering energy requirement just to keep the lights on, the business model turns into a black hole of capital. It relies on the assumption that the futuristic industries like asteroid mining or space manufacturing will suddenly unlock trillions of dollars in revenue overnight. But as of right now, these industries are decades away from commercial viability. We are trying to fund a 22nd century sci-fi dream using a 21st century debt. This brings us to the core ethical and economic paradox of our time, which is the opportunity cost. Every dollar spent launching a billionaire's luxury orbital resort is a dollar not spent solving the crisis on Earth. Proponents of the space colonization often argued that the space tech trickles down to help us on Earth. Water filter, GPS, solar panels, And that is historically true as well. But we have to ask a blunt, uncomfortable question. Can we really justify spending trillions of dollars on orbital colonies when that exact same capital could permanently end the global hunger today? Let's look at the data point. According to organizations like the United Nations World Food Programme, ending chronic world hunger requires an estimated investment of roughly 40 to 50 billion dollars per year. So now friends, let's sink in. The estimated capital required to jumpstart a single speculative private orbital city, roughly 100 billion to several hundred billion dollars, could fund and eradicate the global hunger for multiple years. We are often told that the global hunger is a problem of scarcity. The earth simply doesn't produce enough food. But economists and agriculture scientists have known for decades that this is absolutely false. Earth produces more than enough food to feed every single person on the planet. Global hunger is not scarcity crisis. It is the distribution, logistics and economic crisis. People starve because of the broken supply chain, civil conflict, localized poverty, climate shocks, and the corrupt political system. Yet, what are the tech billionaires dreaming about? They talk about lunar agriculture, the orbital vertical farms, as if growing lettuce in zero gravity glass dome 200 miles above our head is more practical than fixing the supply chain bottleneck in sub-Saharan Africa or investing in drought resistant crop for smallhold farmers in Southeast Asia. It is the ultimate irony, spending astronomical sum of money to engineer high-tech food production in the harshest environment in the universe simply because fixing earthly distribution network isn't glamorous enough for venture capitalists looking for a sci-fi legacy. Beyond the moral and the financial dimensions, we also have to look at the legal and the structural nightmare of the private cities in orbit. On Earth, private city or charter cities are already controversial concept. When corporations try to build governance-free zones, they usually run straight into human rights issues, labor exploitation, and total lack of accountability. Now translate that into vacuum of space. According to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the foundational bedrock of international space law, nations cannot claim sovereignty over celestial bodies. And the space is meant for the benefit of all humanity. While the legal status of private orbiting structure is a gray area, the idea of a private sovereign city in space creates a terrifying regulatory vacuum. If a private corporation owns the orbital habitat, who enforces the law over there? If an employee work on an orbital manufacturing plant goes on strike or faces human right violation, what jurisdiction applies? Can a private CEO turn off the oxygen supply of descendants, citing breach of lease? These aren't just wild dystopian, hypothetically induced situations. They are the natural endpoint of applying hyper capitalistic privatization to an environment where survival requires artificial life support. When air you breathe is proprietary product owned by a corporation, citizenship ceases to exist. You are no longer a citizen. You are a tenant whose life can be cancelled for non-payment. Economically, this creates a fragile, brittle system. A single piece of space debris, a flake of a paint, or an old satellite bolt traveling at 17,000 miles per hour can punch through a habitat wall, triggering a catastrophic depressurization. If a private city is wiped out by a orbital debris, the financial shockwaves would ripple through global markets, proving just how reckless it is to sink vital capital into a fragile, high risk environment when our terrestrial infrastructure is already crumbling. The space exploration is a noble and vital endeavor. Scientific curiosity, probes, telescopes, and the robotic exploration pushed the boundary of human knowledge and inspired generations. There is a profound difference between exploring the cosmos and fleeing the Earth. The push to build private city in orbit is driven less by love for humanity's future and more by a desperate desire by a tiny fraction of global elite to outrun the consequence of earthly problems, climate change, inequality, and resource depletion. It's a $1 trillion distraction. We have magnificent life sustaining planet that already provides breathable air, liquid water, fertile soil, and protective magnetic field. Fixing our supply chain, reforming our agriculture distribution, transitioning our energy grids, and lifting billions out of poverty here on earth is not only cheaper and infinitely more practical, it is our ultimate moral responsibility as well. The stars aren't going anywhere. They will wait for us, but millions of lives suffering from preventable hunger on Earth cannot wait for billionaires to finish building their space age playground. So, friends, until we learn how to sustainably and equitably manage the paradise we already have on Earth, building cities in the sky is just a building castle in vacuum. So, friends, like to know your thoughts on this very controversial subject, and I look forward to receiving your comments. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates polished professional grade visuals. presentation, one pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility, and anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude Design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude Design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most, because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the big question that we want to answer today is that the next industrial revolution happening in deep space? Very profound question. While the world has been focused on the AI boom, a silent titan has been emerging in the labs. And this is known as Mars Plasma Thruster. Forget the silicon gold rush. The real treasure is being found in the vacuum of space. In today's video, we dive deep into the trillion-dollar engine and explore why plasma propulsion is no longer a science fiction, but the backbone of the next global economic era. From slashing the cost of satellites deployment to enabling sustainable deep space logistics, plasma tech is disrupting the global tech market and shifting the scales of geopolitical leadership. We break down the cosmic infrastructure that will define the 2030s and beyond. Let's go. While the world has been looking down at their phones, distracted by the latest AI chatbot and the fluctuating prices of the tech stock, a silent revolution has been brewing in the vacuum of space. We have spent the last decade obsessed with that cloud, but the next $1 trillion industry isn't made of software, it's made of fire, or more accurately, plasma. In the history of humanity, every great economic gold rush was preceded by a breakthrough in transportation. In the 19th century, we had the steam engine, which opened up the frontiers. In the 20th century, we had the jet engine, which shrank the globe, and the entire earth is now known as a global village. But we stand here in 2026. We are facing a wall. Our current rocket technology, which is based on chemical propulsion, is essentially just a fancy way of blowing things up to push ourselves forward. It's heavy, it is inefficient, and it is the reason why the trip to Mars still feels like a suicide mission. Enter the plasma thruster, specifically the high power variant being designed for a mass run. This isn't just a faster engine, it is a cornerstone of what we call the cosmic infrastructure. Today we are going to pull back the curtain on why this technology is the $1 trillion engine, and why it's sparking a geopolitical and economic race that will redefine the global leadership for the next century. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the gold rush, we have to understand the tool. Most of us grew up watching the space shuttle or the Saturn V massive towers of fire. Those are the chemical rockets. They work by burning fuel to create a massive amount of thrust in a very short time. It's a great equipment for getting off the earth, but traveling through space, it's like trying to drive across a continent in a car that has 5,000 gallon tank, but only got 2 miles per gallon, right? So plasma thruster, often called the ion engines, are specifically the VASIMR, VASIMR, which stands for Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, operate on a completely different principle. Instead of burning fuel, they use electricity, often from the solar panels or the small nuclear reactor, to turn a gas like argon or xenon into plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. By using the powerful magnetic field, the engine accelerates this plasma to incredible speed, up to 50 kilometers per second. Now, here is a magic trick. A plasma engine doesn't have the raw power to lift a house off the ground, but once you are in the vacuum of space, it is the ultimate marathon runner. It can stay on for months, constantly accelerating. While a chemical rocket is a sprint, the plasma engine is a bullet train. It can cut a trip to Mars from 9 months down to just 3 months. But for the tech market, the speed isn't even the most exciting part. It is the efficiency. Because of these engines require fraction of the propellant, we can finally stop sending fuel into space and start sending payload. And in business, payload is profit. So let's talk numbers. Why $1 trillion? Right now, the space economy is valued at roughly $600 billion. Most of that is satellite GPS satellites, communication satellite, and weather satellites, etc. Also military satellites, but we are not counting those. But there is a bottleneck. Satellites are disposable. Once they run out of fuel to stay in their proper orbit, they become expensive space junk. Plasma thruster changed the math of space logistics. Imagine a fleet of space tugs, a small plasma powered vehicle that can move from orbit to orbit, refueling satellites, repairing them, or moving them to new positions. This isn't just a niche service, it is the birth of an orbital economy. When the cost of moving things in space drops by 90%, industries that were once impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. Think about asteroid mining. A single metallic asteroid can contain more platinum and gold than has ever been mined in human history. But you can't bring a 500-ton rock back to Earth using chemical rockets. The fuel cost would bankrupt you and before you left the atmosphere. With plasma propulsion, however, you have the slow and steady torque needed to move massive amount of raw material across the solar system. And this is a tech gold rush. The winner just won't be one who finds the gold. It will be the one who owns the infrastructure, the engines that make the trade routes possible. This brings us to the showdown. Who is going to own this infrastructure? Very big question. For decades, space are playground of the superpower, the US and Russia. But the plasma revolution has leveled the playing field and at the same time raised the stakes. We are seeing a three-way race. And which are the titans? NASA and the European Space Agency are betting big on nuclear-enabled plasma propulsion for 2030's Mars mission. Who are the disruptors? Private companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, smaller startups like Ad Astra are moving at Silicon Valley speed, aiming to commercialize these thrusters for satellite constellations. And who are the new contender? Nations like India and China are aggressively investing in electrical propulsion systems. India's ISRO, for example, has become a world leader in cost-effective satellite launches. If they can crack the code on high-efficiency plasma engines, they won't just be launching satellites for others. They will be managing a high ground of the global internet and defense network. Global leadership in the 21st century is no longer just about who has the most aircraft carriers. It's about who controls the cosmic toll booths. If a nation who or a corporation owns the primary plasma transport network, they effectively control the flow of data, resources, and security for the entire planet. And this is why the Mars thruster isn't just a piece of hardware, it is a geopolitical chess piece. Now, you might be thinking this is all great for astronauts and billionaires, but what does it mean for guys like me and you, people living in Delhi, London, or New York? The tech gold rush always has a ripple effect. When we perfect the jet engines, we didn't just get faster vacations, we got global trade, overnight shipping, and a connected world. The development of Mars-grade plasma thruster requires breakthrough in superconductors, number one. To create the magnetic field needs to contain 1 million degrees of plasma. So we need very high magnetic field generators. Number two is the energy density. To power these engines, we are developing the most efficient solar and micronuclear systems ever conceived. Number three is the material science. Creating hulls that can withstand the bombardment of deep space radiation. These technologies don't stay in space. The superconductor that powers a Mars thruster today will power a fusion reactor on Earth tomorrow. The energy system designed for plasma engines will eventually provide clean, limitless power for our cities. The trillion-dollar engine is a massive R&D laboratory for the problems we face on Earth today. We aren't going to Mars to escape the Earth. We are going to Mars to invent the tool that will save it. So this is very exciting. So friends, do let me know what you feel about it. And I will catch you again in the next one. Before I go, what about our affiliate partner? Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional metrics, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti-fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose-driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines. CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long-term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work. Build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When the black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound, and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this would revolutionary. This will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out, we have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolve. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So, dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So, as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence, they are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज है 21 जुलाई और मंगलवार का दिन है। आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान जी की स्तुति करके, हनुमान जी की हनुमान चालीसा का उच्चारण करेंगे। तो हाथ जोड़ लीजिए मेरे साथ। मेरे पास हनुमान चालीसा की किताब भी है, तो हम चलिए साथ में इसको पढ़ते हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निजमन मुकुर सुधार वर्णव रघुवल मिमल जसु जो दायक फलचार बुद्धिहीन तनु जान के सुमरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे हरेऊ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा बिराजे कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिवे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरी लंग जरावा भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे कवि कोविद कह सके कहा थे तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आपे तीनों लोग हाँकते कांपे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए चारों जोग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे अष्ट सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता असवर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित न धरे हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सतपार पाठ कर कोय छूटे ही बंदी महासुख होई जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा हुए सिद्धि साकी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरन मंगल मूरत रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभूप जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों हमारी जो स्तुति थी पूजा थी वो समाप्त हुई। तो इसी कामना के साथ हम ये वीडियो आप बंद करते हैं कि आपका दिन मंगलमय रहे शुभ रहे। चलिए मिलते हैं अगले वीडियो में जल्द ही। नमस्कार। Let me ask you, are you a CEO or a business leader constantly fighting burnout while chasing the next quarter targets? What if the secret to driving better corporate result isn't about obsessive hustle, but ancient strategic detachment? In this video, we will explore a very powerful 5,000-year-old leadership framework from Bhagavad Gita. We will discover how Karma Yoga, the science of working without attachment to the fruits of your action, can transform your executive decision making, eliminate chronic stress, and actually improve your bottom lines. Let's go. Namaskaram friends, welcome. Let's look at the standard playbook of the modern corporate leadership. We are fed a relentless diet of hustle culture, outwork everyone, obsess over every metric, tie your entire self worth to the quarterly balance sheet. We treat stress as a badge of honor and chronic exhaustion as a price of admission to the C suite. But let's look at where that leaves us. The boardroom full of brilliant, high earning leaders who are quietly burning out from inside out. Decision fatigue, strained relationship, strategic myopia born from sheer anxiety. What if I told you that the entire premise of how we drive business results is fundamentally flawed? What if the secret of scaling a multi-million dollar enterprise isn't obsessive hustle, but something entirely counterintuitive? Today, we are looking at a 5,000-year-old executive masterclass on how to drive elite business results while completely eliminating burnout. Welcome to the philosophy of the detached leadership. Let's examine the psychology of the modern founder or a CEO. When you are deeply emotionally chained to the immediate outcome of every single decision, something dangerous happens to your cognition. If Q3 revenue misses the target by 2%, your nervous system registers it as an existential threat. You micromanage your VPs. You paralyze your team with panic driven pivots. You make reactive short term plays just to soothe your own anxiety. This is what we call the profit paradox. The harder your emotional clutch at the outcome, the more desperate you are for the validation, for the stock price to tick up, for the headlines to praise your brilliance, and more clouded your strategic vision becomes. When the fear of failure or the obsession with winning takes the driver's seat, your cognitive bandwidth shrinks. You stop seeing systemic market shifts because you're drowning in emotional turbulence. Great leadership requires absolute clarity, and clarity is impossible when your mind is hijacked by anxiety over things outside your direct control. Things like market volatility, competitor moves, algorithm changes, microeconomic shocks. So, how do the truly legendary builders, or the CEO or the operators who steer empire through decades of disruption without collapsing and also maintain their composure? To find the answer, we have to travel back to a conversation on a battlefield that laid down the ultimate blueprint for human agency. In chapter 3, verse 19 of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna gives a timeless instruction to Arjun, who is facing the greatest crisis of his life. And he says, and the quote starts, "Therefore, without being attached to the results, perform your duty rigorously, because by working without attachment, man attains the supreme." And the quote close. Let's strip away any religious framing and look at this purely through the lens of executive psychology and high performance strategy. Krishna is not telling Arjun to be lazy, indifferent, or passive. Notice the first instruction: karma, perform your duty rigorously, execute, build, strategize, lead. Do not scale back your ambition. The radical shift is the first word: without attachment. In business terms, this means separating your identity, your peace of mind, and your emotional stability from the fruit of action. The fruits could be quarterly profit, media praises, competitors' reaction, etc. There could be other examples as well. You control the input, your strategy, your execution, your team culture, your discipline. You do not control the output. The market decides those. When the CEO masters the art of executing with absolute intensity while remaining completely detached from the outcome, burnout instantly dissolves. Now, you might be thinking, if I don't obsess over the target, won't my drive slip away? Won't my company lose its competitive edge? In reality, the exact opposite happens. Detached action creates hyper-focused execution. Let's look at what an unattached, high-performing CEO looks like in practice. First, they separate ego from enterprise. When a project fails, an attached CEO takes it as a personal indictment of their self-worth, leading to defensiveness and cover-up. A detached CEO look at the failure as pure data point. The hypothesis was wrong. Let's adjust the model. The ego stays out of the way. Second, the they eliminate decision fatigue. Energy is a finite corporate resource. When you spend 80% of your mental RAM, which is random access memory, worrying about whether the board will approve your strategy or whether the stock price will drop tomorrow, you have zero energy left for deep visionary thinking. Detachment frees up your cognitive capacity for what actually matters: long term innovation. Third, they become anchor for their teams. The team mirrors the emotional state of their leaders. If the CEO is frantic, erratic, and driven by fear, the entire organization enters a state of high cholesterol panic. When a leader operates from a place of centered, unshakable calm, the entire corporate culture stabilizes. People take calculated risks because they know mistakes won't be met with emotional volatility. If you want to integrate this timeless principle into your daily executive routine starting tomorrow morning, here are 3-step framework which I want to suggest to you. First, audit your emotional exposure. Before every major meeting, board presentation, or a product launch, ask yourself, am I fighting for this because it's the right strategic move, or am I fighting for this because my ego needs validation? Realignment starts with brutal self-honesty. Next is obsess over the input, release the output. Pour your absolute genius, grit, and discipline into execution. Build the best product, hire the best talent, refine the operations. But the moment the campaign launch or the report lands, mentally surrender the outcome. You did your part with excellence. Let the universe take care of the rest. Last, establish a recovery ritual. Burnout is often a sign that your identity has completely merged with your title. Carve out daily non-negotiable window where you are not a CEO, not a founder, not a strategist, just a human being anchored in the present moment. The true power in business does not come from white knuckling your way through 60-hour work week fueled by anxiety and fear. It comes from a place of deep, unshakable internal stillness while executing with unmatched external precision. When you learn to work without obsession, you stop running from burnout. You start building an enterprise that outlasts you. So, friends, if this perspective resonated with you, your journey as a leader, hit that subscribe button, leave your thought in the comments below, and share this video with fellow founders or executives who need to hear it today. My name is CK. Thank you for watching Akulmach. Thank you for joining live, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Imagine walking through a city where the sky is dark, but the streets are glowing with haunting ethereal lights. We are officially deleting the street light and replacing them with genetically modified trees that breathe and glow. By splicing the firefly DNA with urban flora, we have turned the entire electric grid into a living biological masterpiece. Let us discuss more about this new technology. Namaskaram, friends, you are most welcome. When you step outside your front door at midnight, in the old days, the 20th century or even early 21st century, you would be met by a harsh amber glare of high pressure sodium streetlight or the clinical buzzing white LEDs. You would look up at the stars, would be drowned out by the thick dome of urban light pollution. Now, in future, when you look up, what you will see night sky. It is absolute velvet black, pricked by thousands of brilliant uninterrupted stars. But when you look around you, the street isn't dark. It is bathed in a haunting ethereal living glow. We are officially deleting the street lights. We are pulling up the copper cables, dismantling the grid tied pole, and replacing them with something radically different. Genetically modified trees that breathe, the photosynthesize, and illuminate our world. By splicing the bioluminescent pathways from nature into urban flora, we have transformed the city from dead ecosystem of concrete and silicon into living biological masterpiece. This is not a science fiction. This is the dawn of bioluminescent cities. For over centuries, our cities have been built on a model of brute force energy consumption. We dig up fossil fuel or harness nuclear power, transmit high voltage electricity across miles of fragile transmission lines, and push electrons through tungsten filaments or semiconductor chips just so we can see where we are walking. It is when you stop thinking about it an absurdly inefficient loop. We burn coal to create light, which in turn radiate heat, attracts pests, disrupt nocturnal wildlife, and bathe human habitat in an unnatural, disruptive glare. Light pollution has erased the cosmos for billions of people. Furthermore, the infrastructure required to maintain this system is staggering. Thousands of miles of underground wiring, billions of metal poles prone to corrosion, constant maintenance, and massive carbon footprint. Enter the synthetic biology. Instead of fighting nature to build our cities, what if we let nature do the heavy lifting? What if our infrastructure was capable of self healing, self powering, and self sustaining? The concept of bioillumination asks a fundamental question. Why generate electricity to light up a dead street when you can engineer a living organism to do it for free, powered entirely by sunlight and water? To understand how we engineered the bioluminescent city, we have to look at the chemistry of light. In nature, bioluminescence is commonly found in fireflies, deep sea lanternfish, and certain species of fungi. The secret lies in the chemical reaction between substrate called luciferin and the enzyme called luciferase interacting with oxygen and something called ATP to release energy in the form of soft, cold light. Earlier pioneers in bioengineering spent decades trying to port these genes into plants. The first attempt yielded sickly, dim tobacco plant that required external chemical spray to emit a faint green glow. But the breakthrough came with the integration of fungal bioluminescent pathways, specifically from luminescent mushrooms, which is also known as Neonthoponus nambi. Unlike firefly genes, which requires a continuous supply of added chemical substrate, fungal pathways are entirely autonomous. The plant's own metabolic processes recycle the necessary molecules, creating a continuous self-sustaining loop. Scientists took this genetic blueprint and introduced it to the Planetus occidentalis, the American sycamore. While the sycamore because its broad canopy, robust urban adaptability, rapid growth, and extensive vascular system. When night falls, the sycamore's cellular machinery shifts gear. Instead of purely storing energy, the tree utilizes its internal sugar to fuel the luciferous reactions across its leaves and bark. The tree's vascular network acts like a natural fiber optic cable, distributing soft, luminescent glow throughout every branch, twig, and leaf. The result is towering, living pillar of light. Walking down a boulevard in modern bioluminescent city redefines the urban experience. Gone are the rigid geometric grid of steel lampposts. Instead, the streets are flanked with magnificent arching sycamores that form a natural cathedral overhead. The light they emit is not blinding, harsh blue, white, or of modern LEDs that tricks your brain into staying awake. It is soft, deep sea cyan or warm bioluminescent green wavelength that harmonizes with human biology and preserves melatonin production. The engineering behind these streets goes far beyond just dropping a seed into the ground. It is radical urban integration. And there are a few things that we must talk about, which is first starting with adaptive luminosity. The trees are engineered with photosensitive promoters. In moonless nights, when visibility is low, their glow intensifies. On nights with bright full moon or during the early morning hours, their metabolic output dials back, dimming the canopy to conserve energy and respect the natural darkness of the midnight hour. Next is a root grid energy exchange. While the trees provide light, their root system are integrated into municipal water recycling system. They absorb grey water runoff from the street, filtering heavy metals and pollutant through bioengineering tissues while simultaneously feeding urban organic waste. Next is acoustic and thermal dampening. Unlike concrete and metal, living wood absorbs sound. Bioluminescent boulevards are remarkably quiet. Furthermore, the expensive canopies provide natural urban cooling, drastically reducing the urban heat island effect without extending a single watt of air conditioning. Whenever a paradigm shift of this magnitude occurs, the skeptics emerge in droves. The critics point to the legitimate concern. Won't these glowing trees grow too large for sidewalks? What about pests? How do we prevent genetic drift into wild forests, etc.? Urban planners and synthetic biologists have addressed these challenges through precision genome editing using CRISPR technology. First, the urban sycamore are engineered to be sterile. They do not provide viable pollen or seeds, eliminating the risk of cross-pollinating and with a wild forest ecosystem. Their growth is capped using dwarfism gene silencing techniques, ensuring they fit neatly within urban corridors without buckling sidewalks or disrupting subterranean utility lines. Second, the metabolic cost of light production has carefully optimized. Early critics argued that glowing at night would drain the tree's energy reserves, stunting its growth. However, genetic engineering have tied the luminescence directly to daytime photosynthetic surplus. The tree only glows using the excess energy it accrued under the sun, ensuring that its health and longevity are never compromised. In fact, many bioengineering urban trees shows increased resilience to urban stressors, as the metabolic pathways introduced also enhances their resistance to drought and diseases. Perhaps the most profound impact of the bioluminescent city is the psychological and ecological. For centuries, urbanization has meant the eradication of nature. We paved over the earth, cut down the forest, erected monuments to industries that stood in stark contrast to the natural world. Starlights were a symbol of our victory over dark, our conquest of the night. The bioluminescent city flips that narrative on its head. It represents a pivot from conquest to symbiosis. When your street lamp is living organism, your relationship with city changes. You notice when tree is healthy, you notice the subtle shift in its glow or seasons change. Urban wildlife, bats, moths, nocturnal birds find themselves navigating in an environment that speaks an evolutionary language they understand, rather than blinding, disorienting glare of high voltage grids. Children grow up touching rough, glowing bark instead of cold, painted iron poles. They learn that technology and nature are not opposing forces, but perhaps partner in design. So, in conclusion, friends, the horizon of living infrastructure is definitely looks very promising. We stand on the precipice of a profound architectural revolution. The era of dead infrastructure of concrete, copper, and carbon heavy grid is drawing to a close. The radical engineering of living infrastructure proves that the most advanced technology on earth is life itself. We are moving towards a future where our building will self heal like skin, our bridges will grow like bones, and our street will glow with quiet, pulsing heartbeat of engineered flora. The street lights are gone, the darkness has returned, but it's no longer empty. It is alive, luminous, and breathing right along with us. So, friends, what do you feel about this? You have any questions or any suggestions? Kindly send it across in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to this high level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, a yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution. Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Vanra and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century we had no answers, but today in 2026 a team of researchers from Tokou University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case, and the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So, why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor, it is actively terraforming, or rather, Venus forming the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would, fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So, friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So, Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So, friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Your resume is officially a relic of the past. As of today, July 14, 2026, the world's top corporation has stopped looking at where you went to school and started measuring how your brain processes chaos in real time. You aren't now applying for a job anymore. You're entering a high stakes simulation where every click is a data point. So, in this situation, what you should do to get a job? Let's explore this further. Tell me about a time you overcame a challenge. If you have applied for a job in the last decade, you know that question. You have rehearsed that answer. You have polished it. You have delivered it to a panel of people who are trying to read your body language while you are trying to hide the fact that your palms are sweating. But what if I told you that the day of that you know performative, scripted, anxiety inducing interview are fading? Welcome to 2026. If you are currently on the job hunt, you might have noticed something strange. You applied for a position, and instead of getting a request for a Zoom call, you got a link to an interactive simulation, which is a game. Today, we are talking about why your next job interview will be a video game. And more importantly, why the old rules, the ones you have been following since 2010 or even before, might just result in a game over screen before you even get to meet a human being. Let's be honest, the traditional interview is fundamentally broken. It relies on two flawed metrics: the resume, which is basically a marketing brochure, and the interview, which is a test of who is the best at acting. Companies have realized what a well written resume doesn't mean you can solve the problem. It just means you know how to write a resume. And a charismatic interview doesn't mean you have leadership skill. It just means you are good at chatting. For years, the HR department have been looking for an objective way to assess candidate. They wanted to strip away the biases, the unconscious preferences for people who went to the same school or talked the same way or shared the same hobbies. They wanted data. They found it in the one place they didn't expect, which is the video game industry. So, what does a gamified interview actually look like in 2026? It is not a Super Mario. You're not jumping over the barrels. You're stepping onto the digital environment, a simulation of the roles you're applying for. Imagine you're applying for a project manager role. Instead of saying, I am good at prioritizing, the game put you in a room. You have three projects with conflicting deadlines, a budget deficit, and a team member who's underperforming. The clock is ticking, the AI is watching. It is not measuring if you win the game, it is measuring how you play. It's tracking your reaction time to the stressors. It is mapping your decision making patterns. It is analyzing whether you prioritize the budget, the team's morale, or the long term strategic goal. You aren't answering a question, you are demonstrating your competency in real time. For the employer, this is a gold mine. They aren't getting your story, they are getting your behavioral data. They can see how you handle the pressure when the screen starts flashing red. They can see how you communicate when the AI avatars challenge your authority. It's an efficient, it is scalable, and for the candidate who know how to play, it's actually kind of fun. But here is where the game is over and the warning comes in. This isn't just about the simulation, it's about the massive AI architecture that sits behind the curtain. In 2026, many companies are using what I call the cultural fit algorithm. When you play these gamified assessment, you aren't just sending data to a recruiter. You are actually feeding a massive neural network driven predictive model. This model has analyzed thousands of top performing employees at that company. It knows the DNA of their success. When you interact with the simulation, the AI is comparing your DNA, your decision making style, your adaptability, your risk tolerance against their high performers. If the algorithm determines you are a 40% match, you might be auto rejected. No human ever see your face, no human ever read your cover letter. This sounds harsh, I know, but it is the reality of high volume hiring world in 2026. The algorithm is the gatekeeper and the gatekeeper has no patience for ambiguity. I know it sounds something out of a dystopian science fiction movie, but take a deep breath. There is a massive upside to this shift. Think about the traditional hiring process. You have to hope that the recruiter is in a good mood. You have to hope that they don't have a bias against your university, your accent, or your background. Gamification and AI assessment actually strip a lot of that away. The algorithm doesn't care about the pedigree. It doesn't care about the name on your degree. It cares about your output. It cares about your potential. If you are a talented person who didn't go to an Ivy League school or who has a non traditional background, these games are the best friends. They are a skill first equalizer. You have a chance to prove you can do the work regardless of who you are, where you came from. The interview of 2026 is becoming a meritocracy. You just have to learn how to play the game. So, how do you prepare for an interview that feels like a video game? Stop rehearsing answers. Start training skills. Don't memorize script. You need to sharpen your decision making and your emotional intelligence. Practice high pressure scenarios. Understand the why. If the game presents a crisis, don't just react. Think about the values the company is looking for. Are they a fast paced, risk taker culture or a collaborative, risk averse culture? The game will likely lean towards one of those. Don't panic at the failure state. In many of these simulations, there is no perfect score. The game might intentionally throw a disaster at you to see if you crumble. If things go wrong in simulation, don't shut down. The algorithm is looking for resilience. How you recover from bad movie, um, bad project is often more important than the move itself. The job market is changing. The rules are being rewritten by AI, by data, and by the gamification of your work lives. It can be intimidating, but it's also an opportunity. It means the resume black hole is finally being replaced by a direct assessment of your potential. Your next interview might be a video game, but remember, every game has a tutorial, and now you know what to look for. Stay adaptable, keep your head in the game, get ready to level up your career. Friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you in the next or the next level, next stage, or next level, or the next one. Bye for now. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. In a world where the C suite executives are constantly bombarded by the quarterly volatility, market noise, and the relentless competition, how do you maintain a clear competitive edge? The secret isn't more speed or more data, it is strategic withdrawal. Just as the tortoise instinctively pulls its limbs into its shell to protect itself from danger, a high performing CEO must learn to withdraw their focus from the chaos of the marketplace to make grounded, objective decisions. We translate this ancient wisdom into the modern toolkit for executive resilience and the emotional regulation. Let's go. Look at your desk, look at your phone. In the span of last 60 seconds, you have probably, likely been notified of a market fluctuation, an urgent email from a stakeholder, a Slack message from a manager, and the general hum of the world uncertainty. As a CEO, a modern business environment demand that you be always on. We are taught that the best leaders are the fastest to react. If there is a crisis, we pounce on it. If there is a trend, we pivot. But what if I told you that this constant state of reaction is actually the biggest threat to our long term success? Today, we are looking at the strategy for leadership that predates the modern corporation by thousands of years. We are talking about becoming a tortoise CEO. We are diving into chapter 2, verse 58 of Bhagavad Gita. Like a tortoise pulls his limb into the shell, one keeps his senses under one's control. And this was the very simple few lines, the verse which we want to discuss today. In this video, we aren't just talking about the stress management, we're talking about the fundamental shift in executive operations. We are going to learn how to build an invisible shell that protects your focus, your sanity, and your company's bottom line. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let's be honest, in the C suite, we are addicted to input. We measure our effectiveness by how much information we can process. We are rewarded by being the first to know, the first to comment, and first to respond. But there is a trap here. When you are constantly reacting with your senses are perpetually engaged with every external stimulus, you lose the ability to see the big picture. You become a victim of your circumstances rather than architect of your strategy. Think of it as an executive drift. Without a buffer, your energy is scattered across 100 different fires. You are the boardroom, but your mind is in the comment section. You are in a strategy meeting, but your anxiety is in the last quarter's earning report. This is where the wisdom of the tortoise comes in. The Gita teaches us that the tortoise doesn't hide because it's weak. It hides because it is wise. It knows when to withdraw to preserve its life force so it can engage with the world on its own term. Let's look at the verse. One who withdraws the senses from the sense object, like a tortoise reacts its limbs into the shell, is firmly established in wisdom. This is not a call to run away to the mountains. This is a call to strategic detachment. The senses in this context are your receptors to the business world. The data, the criticism, the hype, the fear mongering, the endless notification, the shell is your internal boundary. When the tortoise pulls its limbs in, it isn't checking out of the life. It is protecting its most vital part so it can survive the threat. As a CEO, your limbs are your attention, your cognitive resources, and your emotional energy. If you leave them exposed to every bit of market noise, you will eventually get bitten. Being firmly established in wisdom, which is the state of sthiti pragana, means you can look at the crisis, acknowledge it, analyze it, but not be consumed by it. You control the input. You decide what reaches your internal command center. So, how do we operationalize this? How do you build a shell in the middle of high growth startup or a Fortune 500 company? Here are a few steps which I would like to propose to you, and I call them tortoise protocol. Step number 1, morning buffer. The tortoise doesn't start its day by running a marathon. For the first 30 to 60 minutes of your day, stay in your shell. No emails, no news, no social media. Your brain is a high performance engine. Do not let the world dump its garbage into your tank before you had a chance to calibrate your own focus or your forces. Step 2, the sensory diet. Audit your inputs. Are you consuming the information that helps you lead, or are you consuming the business noise that just induces anxiety? If a news source or a group chat is constantly causing reactive stress without providing actionable value, cut it off. This isn't ignorance, it is filtration. Step number 3 is the shell pause. When a crisis hit, and it will definitely, train yourself to pause before you react. Physically close your eyes for 10 seconds. Take a deep breath. Visualize your shell going up. Ask yourself, is this is an urgent threat that requires immediate action, or is this noise that I can afford to process later? By creating this micro pause, you shift from a reactive state to this strategic state. When you begin to lead this way, something changes in the culture of your organization. When a CEO is reactive, the whole company is reactive. If you are anxious, your team is anxious too. If you are constantly pivoting based on every market ripple, your team never gains momentum. But when you act like a tortoise, when you are the calm in the center of the storm, you give your team permission to do the same. You stop micromanaging the noise and start macro managing the vision. Your decision becomes grounded in long term reality, not short term panic. That, my friend, is how you generate a sustainable ROI. The world wants you to be fast, the world wants you to be frantic, but true unshakable focus comes from knowing when to pull back, protect your resources, and lead from a place of inner strength. Be the CEO who doesn't just react to the world, but who masters their own responses to it. If you are ready to build your own shell and lead with more clarity, I want to hear from you which distraction is currently the biggest threat to your focus as a leader. Drop a comment below and let's help each other to stay steady. Don't forget to subscribe for more leadership insight that bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and the modern boardroom. Until next time, stay focused, stay calm, and keep leading. See you in the next one, friends. Let me ask you, is time really a one-way street? The new research suggests that Einstein's famous wormhole theory might hold the key to the mind-bending possibility of a hidden mirror of time. And friends, as you know, mirror always casts an inverted image. In this video, we break down the latest theoretical physics breakthrough that is challenging everything we know about the arrow of time, entropy, and the fabric of space-time. Could wormhole act as a portal to a mirror reality where time flows in the reverse direction? We dive into the science behind the headlines and explain what this discovery means for the future of quantum mechanics and cosmology. Let's go. What if everything we know about time is backward? We have been told that the time flows in only one direction, from past into the present and towards an inevitable future. It's the arrow of time. But what if that arrow isn't just pointing forward? What if it is also pointing back in the backward direction? And the key to understand that secret lies in one of the most famous yet misunderstood concept in physics, which is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. When we hear about the word wormhole, we think of interstellar. We think of space traveler jumping across galaxies in seconds. But here is the first breakthrough in our understanding today, and that is not what Einstein and Rosen intended. Friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the year 1935, Albert Einstein and his colleague Nathan Rosen weren't trying to build a space travel portal. They were struggling with the math of gravity and quantum fields. They created a bridge, a mathematical connection between the two identical symmetrical sheets of space-time. It wasn't a tunnel for a spaceship, it was a theoretical tool meant to reconcile how matter behaves in extreme gravity. Fast forward to 2026, a massive shift in how we interpret those equations have just emerged. Instead of physical tunnel through space, researchers are proposing that the Einstein-Rosen bridge is actually a quantum link between two opposite directions of time. Think of it like a mirror. If you stand in front of a mirror, you will see yourself, right? Now imagine that the mirror doesn't just reflect your image, it reflects your flow. In this new theoretical model, our universe is paired with a mirror, a component where time flows in the exact opposite direction. The bridge isn't the shortcut across the galaxy, it is a fundamental connection that allows quantum systems to remain balanced, consistent, and crucially irreversible. So, what does this matter? Why this matters now? Because of the black hole information paradox. For decades, physicists have been terrified that if the information falls into the black hole, it is lost forever. They violate and the violent laws of quantum mechanics, and therefore, there could be only two situations. One is that everything is true, or the quantum mechanics and the laws of relativity works across all positions on in the space. But if this mirror time theory is correct, that information isn't destroyed, it simply evolves along the backward flowing time component. It's not gone, it's just living in the mirror. And this doesn't explain black holes, it might explain the very beginning of everything. Some researchers are now suggesting that our big bang wasn't the absolute beginning. It was more like some sort of a restarting of something. It may have been a bounce, a transition from a contracting phase of previous universe, mirrored by this strange temporal connection. Even more mind-bending is the small relic black holes from this pre-bounce phase might still be hiding in our universe today, potentially explaining the mysteries of the dark matter. We aren't building time machines today, and we are not going to be traveling through space tunnels to another galaxy anytime soon. But we might have just discovered something deeper. That time isn't just a line, it is a tapestry woven together by forward and backward threads, holding in place by most beautiful mathematical bridge ever conceived. The universe isn't just expanding, it is reflecting, and we are finally starting to look into the mirror. So friends, what do you think about this new proposed idea to solve the biggest issues that we face in our physics today? I'd like to know from you. Please send in your comments. Before I close this live stream, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Oldberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing. A massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Oldberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Avert are working toward against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, it is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress to final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FAA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Oudberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FFA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the max crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number 2, regulatory rigor. Clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number 3 is operational excellence. Moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Akulmach C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oudberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline. It will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the bustling city of Ujjain 15 centuries ago, a sage looked to the sky and saw not just stars but system, pattern that bound the heaven to the earth. The sage was Varaha Mihira, the polymath whose vision stretched from astronomy to architecture, from rainfall to gemstone. His encyclopedia, Brahat Samhita, was not just a book. It was a universe compressed into verses, a manual for living in harmony with cosmic order. In 2026, as humanity decipher galaxies with telescopes and predicts climate with algorithm, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels startlingly modern. He reminds us that the science is not a silo but a synthesis, that wisdom lies in weaving together the disciplines, and the rhythm of cosmos still pulses through the choices we make on earth. So let's find out more about him. So in the 6th century CE, when the Ujjain was a flourishing center of learning and culture, a polymath named Varaha Mihira rose to prominence. His name still resonates today, not merely as a figure of ancient India's intellectual heritage, but as a symbol of how science, mathematics, and the cosmology can shape civilization across centuries. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, space exploration, and climate changes, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels uncannily relevant. Varaha Mihira was master of synthesis. He absorbed the knowledge from Greeks, Romans, and Persian tradition, blending them seamlessly with Indian thought. His magnum opus, the Brahat Samhita, is the vast encyclopedia of science and society. Within its verses lies insight on astronomy, meteorology, architecture, botany, gemology, and even omens. So it is not a single discipline text, but a panoramic vision of a knowledge and approach that mirrors today's interdisciplinary science, where the breakthrough often merge at the intersections of fields. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward. So, in astronomy, Varaha Mihira's redefined planetary calculation, eclipse, and building upon Aryabhat's foundations. His Siddhantika consolidate 5 astronomical schools into coherent framework, demonstrating his gift for harmonizing a diverse system. In 2026, when global science thrives on collaboration across nations and culture, his work reminds us that the process is not about isolation but integration. Equally striking is his contribution to meteorology. Varaha Mihira's studied rainfall pattern, cloud formation, and the seasonal cycles, offering predictive model for agriculture. At a time when the climate change threatens the food security, his emphasis on observing the nature, aligning a human activity with environmental rhythm feels like prophetic. So his vision suggests that the sustainability is not a modern invention but a timeless necessity. Varaha Mihira's also ventured into astrology, a discipline that today sit uneasily between science and belief. Yet even here his work reflects a deeper truth. The human desire is to find meaning in the cosmos. And in 2026, as AI models predict markets, weather, even the human behavior, the boundary between science and foresight blurs. Varaha Mihira's astrological writing reminds us that the prediction, whether through stars or algorithm, is ultimately about navigating uncertainty. So Mehra's most notable work was Brihat Samhita, an encyclopedia work on architecture, temples, planetary motions, eclipse, timekeeping, astrology, seasons and cloud formation, rainfall and agriculture, mathematics, gemology and perfume and many other topics. So his encyclopedic curiosity extended to practical sciences. He wrote on architecture, emphasizing proportion and harmony. On gemology, linking minerals to their properties, and on botany, cataloging the plants with medical and cultural use. His holistic approach resonates with today's push towards integrative knowledge, where the medicine, technology, and ecology must converge to solve the global crisis. What makes Varaha Mihra's is especially relevant in 2026 is his worldview. He did not see science as detached from the society. His text weave together the cosmic and the earthly, the abstract and the practical. So, in an era where the AI, quantum physics risk becoming ultimate goal, his example urges us to keep science more human centric and rooted in the rhythm of life. Thus, Varaha Mihra's legacy is not confined to dusty manuscripts, and it is alive in every attempt to unify knowledge, to predict the unpredictable, and to align human progress with cosmic order. His voice echoes across centuries, reminding us that wisdom lies not in specialization alone, but in synthesis. So, as we sip espresso brewed by fluid dynamics, launch rocket guided by orbital mechanics, and train AI system on vast database, we are, in a sense, continuing the Varaha Mihra's project to see the universe as a web of interconnectedness truth. In 2026, his contribution inspired us to balance innovation with wisdom, precision with harmony, and science with humanity. So, in the sweep of centuries, Varaha Mihra's voice still carries and reminding us that the knowledge is not a fragment but a fabric woven from the star, seasons, stones, and human endeavor. His encyclopedic vision is actually born in Ujjain's golden age, anticipated the very challenge we face in 2026. The need to unify disciplines, to respect nature's rhythm, and to balance the prediction with wisdom. As we harness AI, forecast climates, we walk a path he once traced in verses. Varaha Mihra's legacy is not a relic of past, but a compass for the future, urging us to see science as a bridge between cosmos and civilization. From ancient starlight to modern algorithm, his contribution endure proof that the true wisdom is timeless. So we have come to the end. Like and subscribe our channel. I look forward for your comments on this topic, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि जो मार्केट वोलेटिलिटी है या ग्लोबल अनसर्टेनिटी है या कांस्टेंट डिसरप्शन जो हमारे बिजनेस में होते रहते हैं, इसके होते हुए एक लीडर, एक सीईओ अपनी ट्रू स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे महसूस कर सकता है। तो इस बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम, भगवत गीता का सहारा लेंगे और इसमें देखेंगे कि ये हमें क्या एडवाइस भगवत गीता हमें देती है। ऑलराइट, हम ये डिस्कवर करेंगे कि कोई ऐसा मॉडल है जो हमारे को बहुत शक्तिशाली बना देता है, इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देता है और ऐसा हमको बना देता है कि हम किसी चीज से विचलित नहीं होते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, स्पेशली सारे लीडर्स के लिए। तो कहीं मत जाइएगा क्योंकि ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग हम डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आपका फिर से स्वागत है और हम इस एपिसोड में एंशिएंट विजडम जो हमारे भगवत गीता में मेंशन्ड है उसका सहारा लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि जो लीडर्स होते हैं वो कैसे हाई प्रेशर लैंडस्केप के अंदर 2026 में, क्योंकि बहुत हाई प्रेशर है, बहुत सारे रेगुलेशंस हैं, बहुत सारे नई तरह से बिजनेस करना है। तो इसमें जो लीडर्स हैं, आज के हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं या आप हैं या सीईओज हैं, ये कैसे अपनी रेजिलिएंट, अपने सॉफ्ट स्किल को इतना बढ़ा सकते हैं कि वो एक जो स्किल है आपका उसको बिल्कुल इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देगा आपको। तो हम इस चीज का विश्लेषण करेंगे आज और हम ये जो इसका आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 23 से। ये वर्स है, बहुत ही छोटा सा वर्स है, बहुत ही 2 लाइनों का इसमें श्लोक है ये। इसमें भगवान कृष्ण एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं अर्जुन को, जब अर्जुन अपने कुरुक्षेत्र में बैठे हैं और एक ये मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये डिलीवर किया गया है। और इसमें ये बताया गया है कि इस वर्स के अंदर कि आप कैसे अपने आप को साइकोलॉजिकली स्टेबल बना सकते हैं। ये बहुत ही जरूरी है क्योंकि अगर आप किसी बोर्डरूम में जा रहे हैं और आप साइकोलॉजिकल स्टेबल नहीं है, आपको कोई चीज परेशान कर रही है, तो आप वहां पे फेल हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो बताइए कि आप किस सिटी से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में आप हमारे वीडियो देखते हैं। चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो ये वर्ड्स है, ये जो श्लोक है, ये कहता है कि जो हमारी आत्मा है, जो हमारा सेल्फ है, ये एक किसी भी हथियार से डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता, आग में जलाया नहीं जा सकता, पानी से इसको गीला नहीं किया जा सकता और ना ही हवा से इसको उड़ाया नहीं जा सकता। तो अगर इसको आप प्रथम दृष्टि में देखेंगे, फर्स्ट क्लास, तो ऐसा लगता है कि ये कोई मेटाफिजिकल स्टेटमेंट है। लेकिन मॉडर्न एग्जीक्यूटिव के लिए, जो आज के सीईओ हैं, उसके लिए ये क्या वैल्यू रखता है। लेकिन इसको आप ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे, हम इसको डिकोड भी करेंगे। ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल ब्लूप्रिंट है जिसमें भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को सिखा रहे हैं कि जो आपकी जो कोर कैपेसिटी है डिसीजन मेकिंग की या जजमेंट लेने की, ये कैसे आप अपने जो जजमेंट लेने की जो इंडिपेंडेंस है आपके दिमाग में, ये एक्सटर्नल जो थ्रेट्स होती हैं उससे इफेक्ट होता है। तो कैसे आप अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं। और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में हमारे जो एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स हैं वो क्या क्या हो सकते हैं। देखिए, क्रिटिसिज्म हो सकता है, मार्केट में आग लगी है, आग लगी है, हर चीज खराब हो रही है, कोई बिक रहा है, कुछ नहीं बिक रहा है, तो मार्केट का डेटा वो एक एक्सटर्नल हो सकता है। और रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस एक एक्सटर्नल इनपुट हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस होते हैं, रियलिटी है लाइफ की कि जो गवर्नमेंट है किसी भी देश में, वो कभी भी अपने हिसाब से वो रेगुलेशन को बदल देते हैं। तो हमें बिजनेस को ये हमेशा इनपुट रहता है कि कुछ ना कुछ उथल पुथल हो रही है। और दूसरा लास्ट में क्या होता है, इकोनॉमिक वॉलेटिलिटी। इन सब के बावजूद जो इकोनॉमी है वो हमारे हाथ में होती नहीं है, ये तो यूनिवर्स अपने आप ही मेंटेन करता है इस चीज को। तो जो ये वर्ड्स है ये बताता है, एक बहुत स्टेबल देता है कि ऐसी कोई चीज है जो ना आग में जलाई जा सकती है, ना उसको हवा उड़ा सकता है, ना पानी गीला कर सकता है, ना कोई उसको वेपन डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इससे हम कैसे इंस्पायर हो और हम अपने जो हमारा जो बिजनेस वर्ल्ड है उसमें कैसे इसको उतारें। तो सबसे पहला जो सीख है इससे हमें जो ड्राइव करते हैं वो है ये है कि हम अपनी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो आउटकम से अलग रखें। मतलब हम हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो हमारे एक्सटर्नल जो सोर्सेज हैं, जैसे कि मैंने बताया बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं, उनसे हम उनसे हम अलग हैं। जैसे कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो गया तो जो लीडर है उस प्रोजेक्ट को लीड कर रहा है वो उसको लगेगा कि यार मेरा तो सब खत्म हो गया, तो पर्सनल डिफीट जैसा लगता है। तो गीता हमें इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि पर्सनल डिफीट या पर्सनल विक्ट्री से हम विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, हमें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी जो इंटेग्रिटी विजन है वो काफी लॉन्ग टर्म होना चाहिए। तो जो कभी हमारी विक्ट्री होती है, कभी हमारा फेलियर होता है, उससे ना हम बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो और ना हो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी। दूसरा बताया गया है इसके अंदर जो हमें सीख मिलती है वो ये है मेंटेनिंग इक्विनामिटी। ये हमें बताता है कि हम जो इनर सेल्फ है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि जो हमारा जो इनर जो हमारी पर्सनालिटी है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए, एक स्ट्रेट लाइन पे ही रहना चाहिए, ना ज्यादा खुश होना चाहिए ना ज्यादा दुखी होना चाहिए। और उससे क्या होता है कि जब जब हम किसी से विचलित नहीं होते तो हम कोई भी परेशानी जो आती है उसको हम बहुत आराम से और उसको सोच समझ के सूझबूझ के साथ उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं। और तीसरा इसमें जो सीख मिलती है अनबर्नेबल माइंडसेट। आपको जो माइंडसेट है जो किसी भी तूफान को झेल सकता है, मतलब बोलते हैं ना इंग्लिश में कि थ्रो एनीथिंग एट मी, तो उस चीज को आप मतलब आप झेल सकते हैं और आपको इसका फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो आप कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट नहीं करता है, इस वजह से आप एक रेजिलिएंट लीडर बन जाते हैं और अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टर्बुलेंट टाइम्स के अंदर अच्छी तरह लीड कर सकते हैं। तो ये सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल आपको महसूस होगा, ये तीन चीजें हमने सीखी इस श्लोक में, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल इस श्लोक के से जो निकल के आता है वो है, जो हमें रेजिलिएंट बनने से रोकता है, वो है हमारी ईगो। जो हमारी ईगो है वो हमेशा या तो किसी ना किसी आउटकम से जुड़ी रहती है। जैसे कि हमारे टाइटल्स हैं, हम प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम सीईओ हैं, हम हेड ऑफ सो एंड सो है। एक ये ईगो हो जाता है। एक हमारा स्टॉक प्राइसेस, कि हमने इतना अच्छा काम किया, हमारी कंपनी का प्राइस बहुत ऊपर जा रहा है, हमारी खुद की रेपुटेशन। तो ये जो वर्ड्स है ये आपको बोलता है कि ईगो अगर आप इसमें लाएंगे तो ये सारी चीजें जैसे फायर, विंड, वेपन्स, ये आपको इफेक्ट करेंगे, मतलब आप रेजिलियंस खो देंगे। तो आपको ईगो बिल्कुल निकाल देनी है, अपने आप को बिल्कुल ग्राउंडेड करना है। और ग्राउंडेड करके गीता आपको ये नहीं बोलता कि आप चले जाइए जंगल में, आपको बोलता है कि आप पहले ग्राउंडेड हो जाइए, बिकम इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल, और उसके बाद अपने धर्म का पालन करें। आपका धर्म क्या है? आपका धर्म है अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी एम्प्लॉयज को, अपने कस्टमर्स को वैल्यू देना। ये आपका धर्म माना जाता है गीता के अनुसार। तो आप अपने रेजिलियंस को बढ़ाएं, एक दीवार की तरह बन जाएं, ना ज्यादा खुश हो ना ज्यादा दुखी, ना कोई आपको विचलित कर सके, ना आपको कोई मार्केट टर्बुलेंट जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो आपको हिला सके, कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट ना करे। आप बन जाएंगे एग्जीक्यूटिव रेजिलियंस के मसीहा, एक बहुत बड़े स्ट्रांग, मेंटली स्ट्रांग एक लीडर बन जाएंगे। चलिए ये तो बात होगी, अब आप इसको प्रैक्टिस कैसे करें? मतलब एक दिन में तो आप इसको कर नहीं सकते हैं, आपको पूरा अपना जो माइंड है वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो पहली जो सीख है वो है कि आप सुबह मॉर्निंग चेक इन करें। मॉर्निंग चेक इन मतलब कैसे करेंगे कि अगर कोई इंपॉर्टेंट मीटिंग आपकी स्टार्ट होने वाली है तो आप 1 मिनट का समय अपने आप को दें और ये सोचें कि आज किस तरह से मैं हैंडल करूंगा और कैसे मैं अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखूंगा, कुछ भी फ्लक्चुएशन होता रहे मार्केट में और आपके बिजनेस में, लेकिन आपका जो लेवल है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए। दूसरा आपको क्या प्रैक्टिस करना है? न्यूट्रल ऑब्जर्वेशन। आप किसी भी क्राइसिस को देखेंगे तो उसको न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे, बायस होके नहीं देखेंगे कि ये मेरा है ये तेरा है, ऐसा करके नहीं देखेंगे। और ये मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, और बहुत तरह की बातें होती हैं। लेकिन आप ऐसा समझ के देखेंगे कि आप जज हैं, जज जूरी, और अपने आप को ऐसे न्यूट्रल पार्टी रख के फिर आप देखेंगे किसी भी इंसिडेंट को, तो आप अच्छा डिसीजन ले पाएंगे। फिर आपको कोई मार्केट फोर्सेस या कुछ इवेंट या फायर विंड, कोई भी आपको हिला नहीं पाएगी, और आप आराम से सोल्यूशन निकालते हुए, नेविगेट करते हुए प्रॉब्लम से अपने आप को और अपनी कंपनी को बाहर ले जाएंगे। तीसरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आउटकम डिटैचमेंट, मतलब कि जो रिजल्ट है उससे आप अटैच ना हो, ये ना कहें कि ये मैंने किया है। राइट? भगवत गीता आपको इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि आपका धर्म है, आपका जो एक्शन है आपका धर्म है, तो आपको एक्शन पूरा फुल फ्लेज करना है। लेकिन ये कभी नहीं बोलना है कि ये मैंने एक्शन लिया इस वजह से ऐसा हुआ, क्योंकि ये तो यूनिवर्स देता है आपको। तो आपको अपने एंड रिजल्ट से डिटैच अपने आप को रखना है। एंड जिस तरीके से आप हर वीक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने करियर के अंदर, आपको ये रिमेंबर करना है कि कैसे आपको ये जो अनवेवरिंग स्ट्रेंथ है आपकी आत्मा की, आपके पर्सनालिटी की, ये कभी भी ढीली नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। और इस वजह से आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आपको देखेगी, आपके जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं आपको देखेंगे, दे विल रिकग्नाइज यू एज ए लीडर। और इसकी वजह से ये काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है ये वर्ड्स, क्योंकि इससे काफ़ी सीख मिलती है। तो दोस्तों, आपके कोई भी सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर लिखिए, और मैं अंत में यही बोलूँगा कि आगे बढ़िए क्लैरिटी के साथ और लीड विद योर सेंटर। तो मैं आपसे अगले वीडियो में फिर से मिलता हूँ, तब तक के लिए आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era where the CEOs are obsessed with analytics, KPIs, and AI driven insights, there is a fundamental element of business and humanity itself that numbers simply cannot quantify. Therefore, in this video, we explore the profound leadership lessons that we learn from Bhagavad Gita. And we will actually discuss one particular verse which describes the soul as something amazing to witness yet impossible to fully decode, serves as a powerful metaphor for the CEO's blind spot. Let's go and discuss this further. As CEOs, we live by numbers. We are trained to believe that if we can measure it, we can manage it. We optimize our supply chain, we do A and B tests, and we also test our marketing. We use AI to predict market shifts. We pride ourselves on being data driven. But let me ask you a simple question. How often have you made a perfect decision based on all the available data, only for it to fail sometime later because of something which you missed and that was intangible? Maybe it was a culture issue, you didn't see it coming, or sudden shift in consumer feelings that no spreadsheet could capture. Today, I want to talk about your biggest professional blind spot. It is not a lack of data, it is the mistaken belief that data is the only reality. We are going to look at this through the lens of an ancient wisdom, a verse from Bhagavad Gita that suggests there are dimensions of reality that remains by definition beyond our decoding. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and you know which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's look at the verse now. In this verse, the text describes the nature of the soul, which is the essence of a person or the inner spark, using three words. And the quote starts: for some, the soul is amazing to see, for some, it is perplexing to hear, and for some, it is a mystery when described. No one has really been able to decode the soul as yet. And the quote close. Think about the word mystery. In business, we hate that word. We want clarity, we want an algorithm. But this ancient teaching reminds us that the most vital part of life, and by extension, the core of our business, success are inherently indecodable. You cannot put a human soul, a leader's intuition, or the spark of the innovation into a KPI report. So, why is this CEO's blind spot? Because when we try to decode our team as if they are the machines, we lose them completely. The engagement gap also can define this. You can track hours worked by your team, but you cannot track the soul of and the passion of your employees. And the third point could be the vision gap. The strategy is a data, vision is a mystery. People follow leaders who are comfortable with the mystery, not just leaders who are comfortable with Excel. So, when we focus only on the decodable, we become reactive. We ignore the pulse of our organization. We miss the amazing things happening right in front of us because we are too busy looking at the metrics of the past. So, friends, what does this mean for our daily routine? It doesn't mean throwing away your data, it means developing a different kind of executive presence. Embrace the unknown. When you face a crisis, don't just look for more data. Ask, what is the human element here that I'm not measuring? You can also look at, a method of cultivating intuitions. Intuition is just high speed pattern recognition filtered through experience. It is your internal vision of seeing the amazing. You could also consider, the space itself, which holds the mystery. If your team feels like they are line items, they feel they will perform like line item itself because that's what they believe. If you treat them as a part of a mystery that is still unfolding, that is unique and valuable. You tap into their true potential. The Bhagavad Gita tells us that the soul is a mystery, and it is beauty also. Maybe your business is too in a similar fashion. Stop trying to decode everything. Start embracing the mystery, and that is where the real growth will happen. So, friends, my name is CK. Thanks for watching. And if this shift your perspective today, subscribe for more ways to lead with both clarity and humanity. And I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. There is a massive news from New Delhi. The 16th India Japan Annual Summit has officially concluded, making a historic turning point for the global diplomacy and the economy. With a staggering $68 billion, which is equal to 10 trillion yen, investment pledge over the next decade, India and Japan are redefining their partnership. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this landmark pact and what it means for the future of both nations. From cutting edge defense, co development to the next generation of AI energy security, we analyze how this massive infusion of capital and the 120 plus new business agreement will reshape the global landscape. Let's go. In the rapidly shifting landscape of global economic, the certain movements stand out not just as headlines but as turning point that defines the next decade of the industry. We have just witnessed one of those movements, one of the most important movements. And monumental commitment has been made, a staggering 10 trillion yen, that is approximately $68 billion in planned investment from Japan into India over the next 10 years. This isn't just a diplomatic handshake, this is massive systemic alignment of two of the world's most vital economies. Today, we are breaking down why the $68 billion pact is a game changer for supply chain, the tech sector, and the future of the global manufacturing. So, friends, Before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. So the big question is, why now? To understand the weight of this investment, we have to look at the economic security. That is a roadmap that both nations recently finalized. In an era of geopolitical uncertainty, supply chain resilience has become the ultimate currency. Both nations recognize that depending on a single source of for a critical technology is no longer viable strategy. By deepening this partnership, they are building a China plus one ecosystem, positioning India as a primary destination for Japanese capital and technological expertise. We aren't talking about simple trade anymore. We are talking about the shared sovereignty over future tech. From semiconductors to quantum computing and critical minerals, this pact is designed to ensure that if a global trade flows, if any disruption happens in the flow, these two partners have the technological and industrial autonomy to keep their industries moving. So, where does the $68 billion actually go? The roadmap is incredibly specific and span four major pillars. Number one is semiconductor and deep tech. The most critical battleground for the 21st century is the semiconductor. We are seeing a massive collaboration between top tier electronics firms and domestic manufacturers in India. We are also talking about the front end fabrications, OSAT, which is outsourced semiconductor assembly and test plants, and specialized semiconductor material production. This is about creating a self sustaining silicon ecosystem, not just assembly. Second, the green energy transition. The energy security is central to this deal. The roadmap includes an ambitious biogas initiative to set up 1,000 plants across the country, but it goes further. Green ammonia, green methanol, and major investment in batteries and renewable grid infrastructure. Number three, the next generation mobility and infrastructure. We have been tracking the bullet train corridor for years now, but this impact accelerates the development of smart cities, high speed logistics. It's about modernizing ports and rails to ensure that when a product is made in India, it can reach global market faster than ever before. And number 4 is the artificial intelligence and the quantum computing, perhaps the most forward looking part of the pact. Both sides have signed agreement on AI, combining Japanese precision manufacturing capabilities with India's massive scale of software and the digital talent. For the business community watching, this message is very clear. The red tape is disappearing. India allows 100% FDI through the automatic route in most sectors, meaning Japanese firm can maintain full ownership and control of their Indian subsidiaries. There is also a dedicated Japan Plus desk at Invest India, specifically designed to fast track these massive projects. The industry isn't just reacting to policy, they are voting with their capital. We have seen over 100 new business agreements signed in the past year alone. This is an initiative for Japanese companies to scale and for Indian firms to integrate into global high value supply chain. And of course, no deal of this magnitude comes without a hurdle. Implementation is where the real work happens. Logistics, regulatory harmonization, and the culture integration between workforce are the next frontier. However, the trend is undeniable. India Japan partnership is no longer just about trade volumes, it is about technological convergence. When you combine a workforce that is young and tech savvy with one of the most advanced industrial innovation engines in the world, the output is greater than the sum of its part. This $68 billion pact is effectively the foundation of the golden phase of this partnership. Whether you are an investor, a tech professional, or a student, the bridge between these two nations is widening and the opportunities are growing by the day. We will keep tracking these developments here on this channel. But I would like to ask you, what sector do you think will see the biggest disruption from this investment? Let me know in the comments below. I'm CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Orbit is officially reaching a breaking point, and a single collision could trigger a chain reaction that shuts down the global GPS and internet forever, or probably for a very long time. But where the world sees a looming catastrophe, a new breed of space tycoon see the greatest gold mine of the 21st century. We are witnessing the birth of multi-billion-dollar salvage industry, which is going to happen in space. Let us explore this new opportunity further. Namaskaram, friends. Welcome to the show. When we look up at the night sky, it looks quite peaceful and eternal. But right now, just a few hundred miles above your head, a high stake catastrophe is unfolding in slow motion. Low Earth orbit is officially reaching a breaking point. We have crammed our planet's upper atmosphere with tens and thousands of active satellites, dead rocket boosters, paint flakes, and shrapnel moving at 17,000 miles per hour. Scientists have a terrifying name for what happens next: the Kessler syndrome. A single catastrophic collision that triggers a chain reaction, filling orbit with a cloud of shrapnel so dense it could actually trap humanity on Earth forever, cutting off global GPS, financial networks, and the internet forever. It sounds like a sci-fi dystopia. But here is the twist that Wall Street and Silicon Valley are betting billions on. Where the rest of the world sees an impending global disaster, a new breed of space tycoons see the greatest gold mine of the 21st century. Welcome to the new space industrial frontier. This isn't about planting flags or exploring distant planets anymore. This is about survival, salvage, and the birth of multi-billion-dollar economic built entirely in orbit. To understand why orbit is suddenly the most valuable real estate in existence, we have to look at how quickly we filled it up. For the first 50 years of space exploration, putting something into orbit was an elite, multi-billion-dollar government affair. We sent up a few dozens large, expensive satellites and kept them tracking carefully. Then came the paradigm shift. Reusable rocketry slashed the launch cost by over 90%. Suddenly, launching a satellite wasn't like building a battleship. It was like launching a smartphone app. Private companies realized that they could blanket the globe with low latency internet, high resolution Earth imaging, and real time data tracking. By 2026, the number of active satellites in low Earth orbit skyrocketed past tens and thousands, with the plans for tens of thousands more in the pipeline. But there is a dirty little secret in space boom. We have no trash can in space. When satellite dies, runs out of fuel, or get hit by a micrometeorite, it doesn't just disappear. It stays up there, maintaining that same 17,000 miles per hour orbit. A tiny 4-inch bolt moving at orbital velocities carries the kinetic energy of high-speed freight train. And right now, hundreds of thousands of pieces of lethal junk are playing high-stake pinball around our planet. In 1978, NASA consultant Donald Kessler proposed a terrifying mathematical model. He suggested that past a certain threshold of density, The number of collisions between space objects could outpace their decay rate back into the atmosphere. Each collision creates hundreds of new pieces of debris. Each of these pieces goes on to strike something else, creating thousands more. Eventually, the debris field become self-sustaining cascade within a week. Entire orbital shell could become an impenetrable wall of hypervelocity shrapnel. If that happens, the modern world goes dark. The global financial market, which rely on precise atomic clock synchronization from orbit, would freeze instantly. Global shipping, aviation, and emergency response services would lose navigation. The digital infrastructure that powers the modern global economy would be severed. For decades, space agencies treated this as distant theoretical risk. But as we navigate through 2026, close call happens weekly. Space station astronauts have had to shelter in escape pods multiple times to dodge incoming debris. The alarm bells aren't ringing anymore, they are blaring. This brings us to the core economic paradox of our time. When a market faces an existential crisis, the companies that solve that crisis makes incomprehensible fortune. Enter the orbital scavengers. We are currently witnessing the birth of active debris removal (ADR) and in orbit servicing (IOS) industry. Forward-thinking aerospace startups are no longer just building things to send up. They are building robotic mechanics designed to clean up, refuel, repair, and recycle what is already up there. Think about it from an economic perspective. Why spend $500 million building and testing and launching a brand new communication satellite when a robotic service vehicle can dock with existing one, upgrade its software, patch its solar panels, and inject a fresh tank of xenon propellant for a fraction of the cost? And for dead, unserviceable hardware, that is where the salvage gold rush begins. Dead satellites are packed with high-grade aluminum, titanium, rare earth metals, and precious electronics. Sending raw material up from Earth, deep gravity well costs thousands of dollars per kilogram. But harvesting metals already sitting in orbit, that is the ultimate closed loop circular economy. The first company to successfully melt down and recycle space junk in orbit will unlock a $1 trillion supply chain. But orbital commerce goes far beyond just cleaning up our mess. The real $1 trillion horizon is the space-based manufacturing. There are certain things you simply cannot make on Earth because the gravity ruins it. On Earth, gravity causes convection, sedimentation, and buoyancy current that warp material as they cool and mix. But in the pristine microgravity vacuum of low Earth orbit, the physics behave differently. The pristine fiber optics is one example. Space manufactured Zebulon fiber optics can transmit data with up to 10 times the clarity of the terrestrial glass, revolutionizing global telecommunication. Next is the miracle pharmaceuticals. Growing protein crystals in microgravity allow pharmaceutical companies to develop purer, highly concentrated cancer treatments and biologic treatment that cannot be crystallized on Earth. Then we have the advanced alloys. Mixing metal that normally repel each other due to weight differences create super strong heat resistant composite material for next generation aerospace and energy systems that can be done very easily in space. Orbit is transforming from celestial highway into industrial park, and the companies taking their claims right now are writing the rules for the next century of human commerce. Every major technological revolution in human history has followed the same pattern. The wild frontier opens, chaos ensues, and the crisis threatens to destroy it. The visionary entrepreneur turns that crisis into an empire. The industrialization of low Earth orbit is no longer a futuristic daydream. It is happening right now, defining the economic landscape of 2026 and setting the stage for human expansion deeper into the solar system. The first trillionaire on Earth made their fortune digging resources out of the ground or connecting us through digital screens. The trillionaires of tomorrow will make their by cleaning up the skies, harvesting the ultimate high altitude junkyard, and building the factories of future among the stars. The gold rush has just begun, and the claimed stakes are waiting 300 miles straight up. So, friends, what do you think about this? Do you think there is an opportunity here? Do let me know in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
In the turbulent dawn of 16th century, when India's spiritual soil was fractured by ritual, rigidity, and social division, a golden figure rose from Navadip, and his name was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was not merely a saint, but a storm of divine happiness, a mystic whose voice carried the thunder of revolution and the tenderness of love. Scholar turned prophet, he abandoned the pride of intellect to embrace the intoxication of devotion, declared that the highest truth was not found in a dry philosophy, but in the living fire of bhakti. His presence transformed the streets into sanctuaries, his kirtans into cosmic symphony, and his doctrine into the bridge between the finite and the infinite. Chaitanya was both the dancer and the flame, both the devotee and the divine, igniting hearts with the cry of Krishna's name. So to encounter him was to be swept into the tide of love that dissolved caste, creed, and worldly boundaries, leaving only the raw pulse of humanity united in song. So let's find out more about him. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, born as Vishambhara Mishra in 1486 in Navadip, Bengal, stands as one of the most transformative figure in India's spiritual history. His life was not merely that of saint but of a revolutionary mystic who reshaped the religious landscape of his time. Known as Gauranga for his golden complexion and also for being born under neem tree. So, Chaitanya embodied both intellectual brilliance of scholar and happiness and devotion of a mystic. His early years revealed uh, talent in Sanskrit grammar and logic, but destiny drew him away from the scholastic pride and also into making illuminous path of bhakti devotion to Krishna. The turning point came when he met Ishara Puri in Gaya, receiving invitation and experiencing a profound spiritual awakening. From then on, Chaitanya abandoned the pursuit of intellectual dominance and surrendered to overwhelming tide of divine love. He pioneered the Sanskritan movement, a movement which is full of Sangeet, music, and dance. So, and that definitely the whole happiness is like combining chanting of the holy name of Krishna and transforming the streets and the courtyards into centuries of devotion. His kirtans were not merely rituals. They were living flame of collective spiritual energy, dissolving barriers of caste, creed, and social hierarchy. When the local ruler attempted to suppress this movement, Chaitanya responded not with the violence, but with the peaceful march of thousands, demonstrating the power of devotion to overcome the widely authority. So, philosophically, Chaitanya articulated doctrine which is invincible and simultaneously oneness and difference between soul and the divine. This subtle yet profound vision bridged the extremes of motion and dualism, offering the dynamic theology that celebrate both intimacy with God and the reverence of his transcendence. So his only written work, which is Shikshatakam, actually diluted the essence of his teaching, and it also tells us about humility, surrender, and the ceaseless chanting of God's name. Chaitanya movements gave rise to Gaudiya Vaishnavism that carried forward by his disciples like Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, who actually systemized his vision into theology, literature, and practice. His legacy was not confined to Bengal. It was spread across India, influencing devotional current in Odisha, Vrindavan, and beyond. His emphasis on prem, that is love with divine, that means divine love, redefined spirituality as an intimate, emotional, and universal experience. He declared that true devotion transcends social division. The moment you say you love God, all human beings will be at your with you at your side, and where there will be no Brahmin, no Shudra, something like that was the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In 2026 and beyond, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's relevance is definitely striking. In an age fractured by polarization, his vision of unity through divine love offers a timeless antidote. His peaceful resistance to oppression resonate with the modern movement for justice and equality. His theology of oneness in a difference mirror contemporary exploration in quantum physics and AI ethics, where the paradox and the harmony coexist. The Sankirtan movement, with its emphasis on collective chanting, foreshadow the global search for community and shared transcendence in the digital era. His insistence that devotion is higher than a social distinction speaks directly to the world's striving to dismantle systematic inequalities. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, Chaitanya's life was a symphony of happiness, philosophy, and compassion. He danced in the streets, wept in the longing for Krishna, debated scholars, and embraced the marginalized. So his legacy is not just a chapter in Indian spiritual renaissance. It is a living force that continues to inspire seekers, reformers, and visionaries. In 2026, as humanity grapples with the technological acceleration and existential uncertainty, Chaitanya is a call to anchor life in love, humanity, and plus humility and devotion is more urged than ever. His golden presence reminds us that the ultimate revolution is not political or technological, but a spiritual, the awakening of the heart to the infinite. So, in the golden arc of history, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not fade into the past. He rises perpetually into the present. His voice of devotion, his doctrine of unity, indifference, and his dance of divine love are not a relic but a living current. In the world of 2026 and beyond confronts the fragmentation, then alienations and the cold machinery of the progress. His call resounds that the highest revolution is the awakening of heart. To chant is to connect, to surrender is to transcend, and to love is to be liberate. Chaitanya's legacy is not bound to Bengal or Vrindavan. It is a pulse of humanity and a search for the meaning. And his golden presence remind us that beyond the noise of division, there is a song of eternity waiting to be sung together. So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता होगा कि जो शनिवार का दिन होता है वो कर्म के स्वामी शनि जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, भगवान शनि महाराज की हम वंदना करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम पढ़ेंगे, इसको 11 दफ़ा करेंगे और 11 दफ़ा करने के लिए आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। और हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हमेशा की तरह। आप जैसा मर्जी आप गिन सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप अपने मन में भी गिन सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शनिवार को, हर शनिवार को आप शनि जी का ध्यान करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के नमन करते हैं और उनकी आराधना हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनश्चरे नमः। 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 ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। तो दोस्तों 11 दफ़ा हमने आज भगवान शनि महाराज, जो कर्म के देवता होते हैं, आपके लाभ और आपके जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है उसके स्वामी शनि होते हैं। तो हमेशा अपना काम शुरू करने से पहले, स्पेशली शनिवार के दिन, भगवान की जरूर प्रार्थना कर लें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आपका दिन शुभ हो। तब तक के लिए मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूं। अगले ही वीडियो में जल्दी ही मिलता हूं, कहीं मत जाएगा। नमस्कार। Hello friends and namaskaram. Did you know the sunglasses we wear today started as a courtroom tool in 1200 AD in China? Forget the beach or the runways. The original purpose of the tinted lens was about hiding the truth. In this video, we dive deep into the fascinating history of sunglasses and reveal why they were actually invented long before they were the global fashion statement. The Chinese judges use flat pans of smoky quartz to conceal their eyes' expression while interrogating witnesses. This poker face tactic was essential for maintaining authority and absolute impartiality in the courtroom. Let us explore this further. We wear them for style. We wear them for sun protection. We wear them because we stayed up too late in the night before and don't want world to know about our black eyes. Sunglasses are perhaps the most universal accessory on the planet. Whether you are on a sunny beach in California or a high-stake poker game in the Vegas, sunglasses are a shield. They allow us to observe the world without letting the world observe us. But have you stopped to wonder when were they actually invented? You might think of the 20th century Hollywood elite, or perhaps even early 20th century pilots, but you would be off by about 800 years. The story of sunglasses doesn't begin on a runway or in a cockpit. It begins in the bustling, highly sophisticated courtrooms of the Song dynasty in China all the way back in 1200 AD. Today, we are peeling back the layers on the surprising, secretive, and truly fascinating origins of the first sunglass. It's a story of justice, psychology, and the ancient need for a impenetrable poker face. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our discussion. To understand why sunglasses were invented, we have to travel back to 1200 AD during Song dynasty. This was a period of incredible innovation in China. If you have lived during this time, you were living in a golden age of engineering, astronomy, judicial reforms, etc. The judicial system of Song dynasty was very complex. It relied heavily on the testimony of the witnesses, and the judge was ultimate arbiter of the truth. But there was a problem that had plagued the legal system for centuries, which is human biases. A judge had to be impartial. A judge had to be a blank slate. If a judge showed even a flicker of emotion, a raised eyebrow, a narrowing of the eye, a look of skepticism, it could intimidate a witness, bias the court, or give away a verdict before the final ruling was delivered. The eyes, as the saying goes, are the window to the soul. So in 1200s, the Chinese judges realized that those windows were a liability. If they were to maintain the absolute appearance of fairness, they needed a way to mask their reactions. They needed a way to hide their eyes. Enter the inventor of the time. They didn't have plastic or high tech polymers. They worked with the earth, what they found them on the earth, what earth gave them. The material of choice was smoky quartz, a translucent, darkened mineral. It was known for its cooling properties and its ability to reduce the glare of the sun. But its true power in the courtroom was its opacity. These early sunglasses weren't anything like the aviator or wayfarers we wear today. They were flat pans of polished quartz. They didn't have arms that hooked over your ear. Instead, they were often held up to the eye by hand, or sometimes delicately balanced across the bridge of the nose. This wasn't about fashion. It wasn't about avoiding UV rays. It was the world's first most sophisticated poker face technology. By wearing these darkened lenses, a judge could listen to a defendant's testimony, process the details, and show absolutely nothing on their face. The witness couldn't tell if the judge was angry, sympathetic, skeptic, or simply bored. The sunglasses created a psychological barrier. They forced the person on the stand to face the judge, but the judge remained a mystery. It was an ingenious application of the material science to solve a psychological problem in the legal system. It was, in essence, the first time in human history that eyewear was used as a tool to control a flow of the information. For a long time, this remained a tool of the elite and the judicial class. It wasn't something the average citizen wore while strolling through the marketplace. It was a symbol of authority. But as with all the great invention, the idea began to spread. Over the following centuries, the use of tinted lenses moved from courtroom to other aspects of high society. Wealthy individuals began to adapt the look not just for the psychological masking effect, but because they found that tinted lenses helped them reduce eye strain and fatigue during long periods of reading or traveling. The journey of the sunglass from a judicial tool to a fashion icon is a long one. When explorers and traders eventually brought the concept of the tinted lenses to the West, it was refined. Eventually, the flat pans evolved into frame with earpieces, and later, during the early 20th century, mass manufacturing allowed them to become a sunglasses that we recognize today. But even today, the DNA of 1200 AD's invention remains. Think about why celebrities wear sunglasses on the red carpet. Think about why professionals, poker players, wear them at their final table. We are, doing exactly what those Song dynasty judges were doing 8 centuries ago. We are creating a barrier. We are controlling what others can see, and they cannot. We are using pieces of tinted glass to preserve our mystery. It's humbling, isn't it? Every time you put on a pair of sunglasses before heading out into the sun, you are participating in a tradition that was over 800 years old. You are echoing the ancient Chinese judge who stood as the final word on justice, balancing the scale with steady, unreadable gaze beyond the smoky quartz lens. The next time when someone asks you why you are wearing a sunglass inside a room, or why you never take them off, you can tell them the truth. You're not just maintaining your impartiality, you're just looking for a bit of that Song dynasty poker face. History isn't just a list of dates and battles, it's a story of how we solve the problem, how we protect ourselves, and how we present ourselves to the world. And sometimes the most mundane objects in our life have the most fascinating story to tell. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the history of sunglasses. If you enjoyed the uncovering the origin of the everyday object, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the hidden history of things we take for granted today. So, friends, I will see you in the next one. Till then, please take care. Hello, friends. Can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C suite, we are taught to be decisive, we are taught to be analytical, but how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences, you have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mentioned two critical words: equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. That President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relations with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. This video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before we our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, let me ask you, are you leading a company or just reacting to the markets? Well, many of us may not have a straight answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and apply it to the high-stakes world of modern corporate leadership. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of world in a constant flux, a concept that today's CEO know as disruption. Let's go and discuss this further. Welcome to the executive suite. Not the one on the 50th floor, but that governs the very fabric of our reality. In the high pressure world of business, we are taught to crave stability. We build 5-year plan, we hedge against the risk, and we chase the predictable growth. But as any CEO who has lived through the market crashes or technological disruption knows, stability is often an illusion. Today we are bridging the gap between the boardroom and the battlefield of Kurukshetra. We are looking at a single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 10, that holds the secret to what I call the divine CEO. Well friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's start our discussion. Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "O Kaunteya, it's only by my direction that this material world of animate and inanimate object is in a constant flux of creation, maintenance and destruction." Quote close. This isn't just theology. It is the ultimate framework for strategic agility. The first part of the cycle is Shrishti, which is creation. For a CEO, this is the innovation phase. Every great company starts as a spark of moving and unmoving ideas. But notice the verse says this happens by my directions. In a corporate context, this divine direction represents your core purpose. True creation isn't just about launching a product to make a quick buck. It's about aligning with the flux of what the world is need next, basically fulfilling some sort of a need in the market. The lesson for the CEO therefore is, are you creating from a place of ego, or are you a channel for a solution that needs to exist? When you align your company's creation phase with a high vision, you aren't just a manager, you become an architect of the future. You are setting the directions for your own material world. Then comes the hardest part of for most of the leaders, which is sthiti, which means maintenance. The verse tells us that the world is in a constant flux. Ironically, maintenance in a state of flux doesn't mean keeping things the same. It means dynamic balance. Think of a bicycle. To maintain its upright position, it must be kept moving. The moment it stops, it falls. Many CEOs fail because they fall in love with their maintenance phase. They build inanimate objects, rigid processes, and stagnant hierarchies that refuse to move with the animate market. The lesson for the CEO therefore is, maintenance is not about preventing change. It's about managing the direction of the change. Your job is to provide the steady hand that guides the constant flux so that your organization stay on course even as the waves get choppy. Now we come to the part that scares every executive, which is laya, which is destruction. The Gita tells us that the destruction is as divine as creation. In business, we call this creative destruction. It is the phase out of the old to make room for the new. If the CEO refuses to destroy an obsolete product line or a failing strategy, they eventually destroy the whole company. Verse 10 reminds us that the creation, maintenance, and destructions are all part of the same natural cycle. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is you must be brave enough to dismantle what no longer serves the direction. This isn't failure, it is a necessary clearing of the ground so the next cycle of Shrishti, which is creation, can begin. To be a divine CEO means to stop resisting the flux. When you understand that the material world and your market is designed to be in constant motion, your stress levels drop drastically. You stop trying to control every atom and start focusing on the direction. As you go back to your emails, your meetings, and your spreadsheets today, ask yourself, what I am creating, what is new and purposeful, what I am maintaining through dynamic movement. What do I need to courage to destroy so I can grow further? The universe is in flux. Don't fight it. Lead it. And the quote says, "Under my direction, the world brings forth." And the quote close. I have already read the complete verse for you. Now go forth, give your world a new direction. Friends, thank you for watching. And if this ancient wisdom helped clarify your modern mission, hit the subscribe button, share this with fellow leaders, And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। इस वीडियो में हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके हम अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म को हैक कर सकते हैं। ऐसा क्यों जरूरी है? क्योंकि हमने देखा है हाल में बहुत बड़े बड़े सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं तो हमारे जो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो हमारे सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे मोबाइल फोन, कार्स, हमारे व्हीकल, जीपीएस, सबको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। कई दफ़ा तो इलेक्ट्रिक सिस्टम्स को पूरा वो डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी हो गया है कि हम अपने जो हमारा ग्रह है, हमारा जो घर है अर्थ, उसको हम बचाएं सोलर स्टॉर्म से। और जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं कई दफ़ा बड़े स्ट्रांग होते हैं और जैसे जैसे हम फ्यूचर में जा रहे हैं इनकी तीव्रता बढ़ती जा रही है। तो हम क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, कोई ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसको यूज करके हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म को ही हैक कर दें और एक शील्ड की तरह यूज करें? तो ये हो सकता है। और ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो इसमें क्या क्या चीजें लगेंगी, क्या क्या चीजें का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा, इस वीडियो में हम इसके बारे में जानेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर कल्पना करें कि आपके इस दुनिया में जीपीएस ही नहीं है। अगर जीपीएस ही नहीं है तो आप पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी जा ही नहीं सकते। मतलब आपको दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप हार्डली 2 किलोमीटर नहीं चल सकते जीपीएस के बिना। हमारी ऐसी आदत हो गई है अब। अगर आपके पास इंटरनेट नहीं है तो आप कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। आप कोई काम नहीं कर सकते आज की डेट में। और अगर आपके पावर ग्रिड ही नहीं है, पावर ही नहीं है, तो कोई इक्विपमेंट आपका चलेगा नहीं। तो ये जो प्लॉट है ये एक डिजास्टर मूवी की जैसा लगता है, लेकिन ये एक बहुत ही रियल थ्रेट है। ये कैसे होता है? जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं, जो स्पेस वेदर है, वो जब अर्थ को हिट करता है तो वो उसमें होता है ईएमपी, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक पल्स, जो हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इसलिए उसको बचने के लिए हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस होते हैं, जो मिनिमम जो हमें पता है कि कितना हमारे पास रेडिएशन आता है, ईएमपी रेडिएशन, उसके हिसाब से शील्डिंग करते हैं, तभी तो ये चल पाते हैं। अगर शील्डिंग ना हो तो हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस है वो चल ही ना पाए। अब बात करते हैं कि सोलर स्टॉर्म। तो कई दफ़ा सोलर स्टॉर्म इतने स्ट्रांग आते हैं कि हमारी शील्डिंग भी फेल हो जाती है, क्योंकि हम इतना शील्ड नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि कॉस्ट का भी एक मैटर होता है। तो जब शील्ड फेल हो जाती है तो जिस जगह पे फेल होती है वो इक्विपमेंट्स चलने बंद हो जाते हैं। और कई दफ़ा, एक बार 1993 में नॉर्थ अमेरिका में बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग सोलर स्टॉर्म हिट किया था, जिससे कि कनाडा और यूएस का इलेक्ट्रिक ग्रिड पूरा बंद हो गया था और कई घंटों तक, 2 या 3 दिन तक बंद रहा था। आप इमेजिन करें, अगर पूरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी किसी देश का, बड़े देश का बंद हो जाए तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें बंद हो जाएंगी और कितना सिचुएशन ख़राब हो सकती है। आपकी सप्लाई चेन बंद हो सकती है, आपका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ख़राब हो सकता है, बैंकिंग फाइनेंस आपका बिगड़ सकता है। तो इस चीज़ को ध्यान रखते हुए कुछ साइंटिस्ट ने एक नया स्ट्रैटेजी बताया है कि हमारे अर्थ पे नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है जो हमारा कोर प्रोड्यूस करता है। तो उसको हम यूज करके उसको और शक्तिशाली बना दें, जिससे कि जो सोलर रेडिएशन हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो कितना भी शक्तिशाली हो, उसको हम पहले से स्टडी कर लें और फिर उसी हिसाब से हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म की तीव्रता बढ़ाएं, अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म जो नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है, और उससे वो आने वाले जो तूफान है उसको वो रोक सकेगा। इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम उन्होंने दिया है स्टॉर्म वेल, और ये हमारे जो एग्जिस्टिंग मैग्नेटिक फील्ड है उसको ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, नेचर में मौजूद रहता है, उसको थोड़ा सा और मॉडिफाई करना है, मतलब उसको हैक करना है। हैक का एक वर्ड यूज किया गया है, जिससे इससे लगता है कि कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें कुछ ऐड करके उसको और स्ट्रांग बनाना है। अब ये होगा कैसे? ये ऐसे होगा कि उन्होंने बताया है कि 7 सैटेलाइट्स हैं जिसमें आपको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल कुछ लेके जाना है। दे हैव आल्सो गिवन द मटेरियल नेम। 7 सैटेलाइट्स, बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स से जो करीब 1000 किलो का सामान ले जा सकते हैं, इतने बड़े सैटेलाइट से आपको स्पेस में अल्कलाइन मटेरियल लेके जाना है जो लिथियम बेस्ड होगा या बोरॉन बेस्ड होगा, और फिर एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट ट्रेजेक्ट्री में जाके वो वहाँ पे उसको छोड़ देने का है स्पेस के अंदर। अब जब उसको आप ड्रॉप करेंगे स्पेस में, तो जिन पॉइंट्स पे करेंगे वहाँ पे काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग अर्थ का मैग्नेटिक फील्ड रहेगा, जिससे ये जो मटेरियल है अल्कलाइन मटेरियल, ये एक शील्ड की तरह काम करने लगेगा, और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आएगा तो उसको डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा। मतलब उसको रोकना नहीं है, उसका ये पूरी टेक्निक का जो लक्ष्य है वो उसको नलीफाई करना नहीं है। उसका लक्ष्य सिर्फ इतना है कि अपने अर्थ के मैग्नेटिक फील्ड को बढ़ाना, जिससे कि जो हार्मफुल रेडिएशन सन की तरफ से हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो डिफ्लेक्ट होके चला जाए स्पेस में वापस। अब ये जो उन्होंने प्रपोज दिया है ये काफ़ी रियलिस्टिक प्रपोजल है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें यह है कि हम जब भी नेचर से खिलवाड़ करते हैं तो इसमें क्या क्या नुकसान हो सकता है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना बाकी है, क्योंकि हमारा नेचर जो होता है वो एनवायरनमेंट वगैरह काफ़ी फ्रेजाइल होता है, और इससे क्या क्या हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता, या सेफ मैकेनिज्म है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना अभी बाकी है। दूसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो पॉइंट है वो ये है कि कॉस्ट, क्योंकि जो इसकी टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए सैटेलाइट्स की वो एक परफेक्ट टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए। जैसे वो सोलर स्टॉर्म आ रहा है धरती की तरफ, तो उसी टाइम इसको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल को ड्रॉप करना है स्पेस में जाके। और बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स हैं, 7 सैटेलाइट्स बोले जा रहे हैं स्ट्रेटेजी के दौरान, तो इस सैटेलाइट्स का कॉस्ट भी बहुत होगा। और उसके बाद ये एक बार वन टाइम यूज ही है, ये अगर स्टॉर्म सीरीज में आया तो फिर हमारे पास सोल्यूशन नहीं रहेगा। मतलब एक बार हम उसको रोक सकेंगे, अगर सीरीज में जैसे वेव्स आती हैं समुद्र की, अगर 1 या 2 वेव्स आई स्टॉर्म की तो हमको कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा पड़ेगा। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो बताइए कि किस सिटी से आपने हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करेंगे। तो अब ये सोचिए कि ये जो स्टॉर्म वेल है, स्टॉर्म इसका जैसे नाम बताया गया है, इसका नाम है स्टॉर्म वेल, और ये साइंटिस्ट जिन्होंने प्रपोज किया इनका नाम है ब्रायन वेल्च। ये बॉस्टन यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करते हैं, और उन्होंने बोला है कि जो हमारी जो शील्ड है इसको और वो स्ट्रॉन्ग बना सकते हैं। पर जैसे मैंने बोला कि जब ये केमिकल आप डालेंगे स्पेस के अंदर तो ये जो सन की रोशनी में आके फोटो आयनाइज हो जाएंगे, मतलब इसके अंदर एक चार्ज प्रोड्यूस होगा जो एक फर्दर मैग्नेटिज्म को सहारा देगा, और इससे अर्थ का मैग्नेटिज्म और स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा। और जो लेकिन जब ये स्टॉर्म धरती की तरफ आके प्लाज्मा से हिट करेगा तो वो प्लाज्मा उसको अपने साथ लेके डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा, और जिससे हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट वगैरह बच जाएंगे। नाउ अब इसमें मैंने प्रोज एंड कॉन्स दोनों बताए हैं आपको। प्रोज ये है कि हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो हमारा लाइफस्टाइल है वो बच जाएगा, और कौन सी है कि हमें ये पता नहीं है कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा और इस पर कितना खर्चा आएगा, तो इसके लिए काफ़ी रिसर्च करना बाकी है। अब हम बात करते हैं एथिकल कंसिडरेशंस की। देखिए ऐसा है कि जैसे अगर हम 100 साल पुरानी बात करें तो उस टाइम ना मोबाइल होते थे, ना कारें होती थी, ना सैटेलाइट्स होते थे, लेकिन आज की डेट में हमारा जो लाइफस्टाइल है वो इन पे डिपेंडेंट है। जैसे कि मैंने वीडियो के शुरू में बोला कि जीपीएस के बिना हम कहीं जा नहीं सकते, इंटरनेट के बिना हम रह नहीं सकते, और बिजली के बिना तो हम सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर सकते। अगर बिजली नहीं हो, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ना हो हमारे घरों में, तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा। तो इसकी वजह से अभी हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि जो स्टॉर्म वेल जैसे प्रोजेक्ट हैं, या ये न, या कोई और प्रोजेक्ट फ्यूचर में, या कुछ प्रोटेक्शन जो हमें स्पेस रेडिएशन से बचा सके, ये हमारे लिए काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिकल ग्रिड्स हैं, और हमें ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस भी करना पड़ेगा कि कितने पैसे हैं, और ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि सारे धरती के सारे देश एक साथ कैसे आए। सो जियो पॉलिटिक्स का भी इसमें रोल है, क्योंकि एक सैटेलाइट छोड़ के एक कंट्री नहीं बचा सकते, हमें 7 सैटेलाइट छोड़ के सारी धरती को बचाना है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो भी खर्चा होगा वो सारी कंट्रीज कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगी, तभी ये पॉसिबल हो पाएगा। तो ये जियो पॉलिटिकल एक सिचुएशन भी बनती दिखाई दे रही है इसके इस पर्टिकुलर प्लान के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या करना चाहिए? सोलर स्टॉर्म एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्क है हमारे लिए, या या इतना बड़ा रिस्क नहीं है? आप बताइए हमें। और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम सोच रहे हैं कि हम स्पेस फ्लाइट करेंगे, तो ये जो लर्निंग होगी हमें, ये हमें जब आज से बाहर निकलेंगे तो भी हमें सेव करने में काम आ सकती है। अगर हम स्पेस में जा रहे हैं और स्टॉर्म आ गया जो हमारे स्पेसशिप को हिट करा और वहाँ पे सब कुछ शट डाउन हो गया, तो हम क्या करेंगे स्पेस के अंदर? तो जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे हिसाब से तो, बट आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू, आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में? तो जरूर कमेंट करके बताइए। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं आपसे फिर मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में जल्द ही। Imagine a robot that doesn't just mimic life but heals exactly like a biological organism. We are moving past the rigid silicon to a world of liquid metal circuits that can stretch like human skin and instantly bleed into fractures to repair themselves. This is the dawn of autonomous, shape shifting robotic hardware. Let's go and explore this further. Namaskaram, friends. You're most welcome. In the year 1991, James Cameron introduced to the world to the cinematic nightmare fuel, which is the T-1000. Played with chilling composure by Robert Patrick, this villain wasn't made of steel or pistons. It was advanced prototype composed of mimetic polyalloy, a liquid metal capable of flowing through the prison walls. We have all seen that, morphing its limbs into razor sharp blades and instantly healing from point blank shotgun blast as well. For decades, we confronted ourselves with the single absolute truth. It is just a movie. Physics doesn't allow that way, right? It doesn't allow this kind of thing. Metals are rigid, brittle, and melt at temperatures that would vaporize a living organism. Electronics require fragile silicon wafer, need little copper wires, and rigid circuit boards. Except physics has just been rewritten. What you're looking at is nowadays is not CGI. It is a real functional robotic material developed by the material scientist. It can flow like water, lift object 30 times its own weight, split into multiple independent entities, and reassemble itself without losing structural integrity. Welcome to the dawn of autonomous, shape-shifting hardware. The Terminator isn't coming anymore. It is already being built in laboratory across the globe. To understand how we cross the line from Hollywood fantasy to peer-reviewed reality, we have to look at the strange, unassuming chemical element called gallium. Gallium is the post-transition metal with bizarre party trick. Its melting point is roughly 29.8 degrees Celsius or about 85.5 degrees Fahrenheit. That means pure gallium will melt right in the palm of your hand. For years, robotics scientists ignored it. After all, what good is a robot that turns into a soup the moment the room gets warmer? But breakthrough in material science have transformed this limitation into a superpower. Researchers at institutions like Carnegie Mellon, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the recent 2026 breakthrough out of South Korea research hubs have embedded gallium matrices and microscopic magnetic particles, creating what engineers call magnetoactive solid liquid phase transitional machine. This magnetic particle serves as a dual purpose. First, they make the material responsive to alternating magnetic fields. By applying induction, engineers can rapidly heat the material, triggering a phase change from solid to liquid on a command, based on a command. Second, those some magnetic particles act as internal skeleton, allowing the liquid metal to be pulled, stretched, guided, and maneuvered through space with pinpoint accuracy using external magnets. It is the ultimate hybrid state. It bridges the gap between the raw power and the load bearing capacity of the hard robot and the fluid, adaptive movement of a soft robot. The proof of concept demonstrations are nothing short of surreal. In lab tests, engineers designed a tiny robot shaped like a Lego styled figurine. They placed it inside a miniature metallic cage. Using an external magnetic field, they heated the robot up. Within seconds, the figure melted into shimmering puddle, oozed sideways between vertical bars of the cage, and dropped onto the surface below. Once clear, the magnetic field was adjusted, the metal cooled, and the little figurine re-solidified into its original humanoid shape, ready to march forward. And the technology hasn't stopped there. Recent development have pushed these liquid metal systems even further. Researchers have engineered magnetic liquid robots capable of dynamically splitting into multiple droplets to navigate ultra narrow branching pathways and then seamlessly re-merging into a single unified body on the other side of it. These robots mimic the behavior of the living cell colonies and the biological tissues. They don't just move, they behave like organic matter. They can alter their stiffness and squeeze through spaces 3 times smaller than their normal volume, and isolate objects inside themselves to transport them across the complex environment. While the shape-shifting metal figures make for incredible headlines, the real revolution is happening at the microscopic level inside the electronic hardware. For the past 70 years, our technological progress has been shackled to rigid silicon. If you drop your smartphone, crack a motherboard, or stress a robotic arm too many times, microscopic fractures form. Once a trace circuit breaks, the machine fails. It needs human intervention, soldering iron, and replacement of the parts. Now look at the alternative: self-healing liquid metal circuits. By embedding channels of non-toxic liquid metal alloy inside stretchable skin like silicon, rubber, etc., engineers are creating hardware that stretch like human skin. If a fracture tear through the material, the liquid metal inside doesn't just leak out hopelessly, it instantly bleeds into the fracture and bridges the electrical gap and cures or reseal itself in milliseconds. The circuit remains fully functional even while being stretched to several times its original length. This solves one of the greatest engineering paradoxes in robotics. How do you build a machine that is soft, malleable enough to interact safely with human body, but complex and durable enough to process data and carry power? By shifting from dead rigid silicon to living dynamic self-healing hardware, we are creating machines that can literally heal their own wounds. So What is all this leading to? Are we building an army of unstoppable assassins? Not quite. The immediate application of liquid metal and shape shifting hardware are far more miraculous than we were basically thinking about. Think about medicine. Traditional surgical tools are rigid, invasive, and limited by human hand, and also narrow entry points. Imagine instead a micro robot can be swallowed or injected into human body in a fluid state. It navigates the complex path of the digestive tract or blood vessels, squeeze through constrictions, solidify to safely encapsulate a foreign object like a swallowed button battery, etc., and then liquefy again to exit the body harmlessly. In targeted drug delivery, these shape shifting carriers could release medication directly at a tumor site before dissolving or recollecting via external magnet guidance. Beyond healthcare, think about extreme environment exploration and the industrial maintenance. When a deep sea pipeline or a Mars rover experiences a mechanical failure miles away from human help, a self healing structural joint can ooze into a crack, solidify, and restore structural load capacity instantly. In electronic manufacturing, liquid metal droppers can act as adaptive solders, flowing into complex threaded screws, sockets, and tiny microscopic circuits to assemble themselves without human hands. So we are standing at an absolute precipice of a paradigm shift in how we define technology. For centuries, humans built things like clocks, assemblies of dead gears, rigid metals, unique parts that degrade over time. The future belongs to programmable matter. By marrying the fluid dynamics of liquid metal with adaptive intelligence of soft robotics, we are crossing the threshold where machines behave less like dead tools and more like living organisms. They adapt to their surroundings. They squeeze through the impossible gaps. They heal their own scars. So T-1000 was just a Hollywood director's wild imagination in 1991. Today, it is peer-reviewed engineering roadmap. The Terminator is real, and ironically, it might just be technology that saves us as well. So, friends, what do you think? Are you ready for a world of liquid metal robotics, or does this thought of shape shifting machines give you a chill? Let me know in the comments below. Also, hit subscribe, and we will see you in the next frontier of technology. Have a good day ahead. Bye for now. Hello friends, Namaskar. In this video, we break down India's strategic response to the latest US tariff proposal under the Section 301 investigation. As the US proposed additional 12.5% duties on select import items, India's Commerce Ministry has reaffirmed its commitment to the ongoing bilateral trade framework. In this video, we analyze what this means for the India-US trade relationship, the status of the February 2026 interim agreement, and how New Delhi is navigating this latest trade issue or problem. Let's go and discuss this further. Today, we are looking at the pivotal moment in India-US economic partnership. As early of June 2026, news cycles are buzzing with reports of the US Trade Representative USTR proposing additional tariff under Section 301 of the US Trade Act. It's easy to get lost in the noise, but here is the headline. India is standing its ground while remaining committed to the constructive path forward. These proposed tariffs, which include 12.5% surcharge and currently in the proposal phase, they are not yet final. As we navigate these headlines, it is essential to understand that this is a part of a broader ongoing diplomatic process, not an abrupt end to our cooperation. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why we are here, we have to look at the process. The USTR recently concluded investigations into 60 different economies, including India, regarding forced labor, industrial capacity issue, and therefore there are other issues also. Crucially, exports note that this is a broad global measure rather than a specific attack on India. The US is applying this to partners and competitors alike, from EU to South Korea. However, India's position is very clear. We must challenge this legal and technical on the basis of technical issues, and we have to understand what are these bases of this tariff when they don't align with the reality. Our Commerce Ministry is actively engaged, ensuring that our stakeholders have seat at the table. During upcoming public hearing on July 7th, 2026. Well, some might ask, don't we just sign a massive trade deal? And the answer is yes. In February 2026, we reached a landmark framework that slashed effective tariff from staggering 50% down to 18%. That deal was a win-win for both sides. It stabilizes the rupee, boosted our export in textile and pharma, and cemented India's role as a key US ally. Ambassador Sergio Gore recently noted that we are 99% there on finalizing the technical details of our broader bilateral trade agreement. The remaining 1% is about legal phrasing and implementation. India is not letting temporary tariff friction derail the progress. We are treating the trade agreement negotiations and this section 301 proceedings are two distinct tracks. And therefore, let's discuss the next aspect, which is protecting our interest. The Make in India vision, which is India is currently world fastest growing major economy, and we are not taking these headwinds lightly. We are prioritizing our strategic autonomy, whether it is protecting our labor intensive sectors like leather and apparel or advocating for fair market access. Our negotiators are holding the line. This is about more than just numbers. It's about Make in India initiative. We are building a manufacturing environment that is stable, predictable, and attractive to global supply chain. While we remain a primary US ally and the counterweight in the Indo-Pacific, our foreign policy remains grounded in protecting our own economic sovereignty. So, what is the takeaway here? First, don't panic over headlines. The process is underway and there is a clear path for consultation and legal changes or even challenges, whatever you want to call it. Second, the relationship is strong with investment commitment from US companies exceeding 60 billion in recent months. The big picture remains one of the deep integration and the mutual growth. And India and US are two great democracies navigating complex global economy. We will continue to talk, we will continue to negotiate, and we will continue to stand our ground. So if you have any questions, friends, please do let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Welcome, Namaskaram. Thank you to every single one of you for being part of this journey. Reaching this milestone is a testament to the incredible community that we are building together. A community driven by curiosity, professional growth, and a desire to understand the intersection of technology, strategy, and the timeless wisdom. From decoding the latest AI trends and the global business shifts to exploring the leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita and navigating the complexity of the modern corporate world, your engagement with feedback fuel everything we do here at Akulmach Business. So, friends, if you're watching this, you are the part of something very special. Today, we aren't just here to talk business or analyze the latest AI trends. Today, we are here to celebrate. It's right. We have officially crossed 4,000 subscriber milestone here on the Akulmach Business YouTube channel. It's a number that represents so much more than just a digital on screen. It represents 4,000 individual professionals, students, aspiring leaders, and lifelong learners who have chosen to spend their valuable time engaging with our content. We started this platform with a specific vision to build a space where ancient wisdom meets modern strategy. Whether it's decoding the logic of a black hole, understanding the legalities of AI, or applying the timeless verses of Bhagavad Gita to the boardroom leadership, we wanted to create a community that think differently, and seeing 4,000 of you join that mission is quite simply humbling. When we look back at the journey that brought us here, we think about the why. When we launched the channel, we were just a few people with sort of a microphone and a lot of ideas. We wanted to bridge the gap between traditional education and the reality of 2026 business landscape. Think about the variety of topics that we have tackled so far. We have dissected the logistics empire in major corporations. We have analyzed the ethical implications of algorithmic liability. We have sat down to discuss the unshakable CEOs. The common thread of all of it, it's the curiosity. You, our audience, are the ones driving this channel. You are the ones asking the tough questions in the comments, and you are the ones pushing us to go deeper, to research harder, and to provide more value. We have seen the community grow during some of the most volatile and exciting times in the global market. We have navigated the shifts in the AI sector together, and every single time we hit the publish, we are reminded that there is a hunger for high level intellectual discussions. So, thank you for validating that vision. In the spirit of our channel, I want to bring in a moment of reflection, we talk often about Bhagavad Gita on this channel. One of the core lessons is about detachment from the fruits of action, performing your duty with dedication while remaining centered, regardless of the outcome. That's exactly the philosophy we are trying to apply to Akulmach business. Yes, 4,000 is a fantastic milestone. It is a metric of growth, but for us, the real success isn't the number. It is the quality of the conversions. It is the email that we received from students saying our Gita based leadership video helped them through difficult exams, or professionals who told us our AI market analysis helped them pivot their career. That is the real subscriber count. It's the impact. As we move towards the 5,000 target, we promise to keep that at the core of our operations. We aren't chasing trends just for the sake of clicks. We are chasing clarity, strategic foresight, and wisdom. So, thank you for being the audience that demand that level of depth. So, what does on being behind the scene here in the studio? I think many of you see that final product, but you don't see the late nights of research, the script revisions, the technical challenges, and the constant drive to keep the production quality high. It is intense, but it is incredibly rewarding. Whether it is setting up the masterclass for the live stream beginners courses or producing content about the next lunar mission, our team at Akulmach is obsessed with one thing: how to make complex subject accessible and actionable for you. We have had our challenges, absolutely, there has been a week where the industry changed so fast, we had to rewrite the scripts hour before filming. But these challenges have only made us sharper. And your feedback, your support in the comment section, the shares, the likes, that's the fuel that keeps the engine running. So we have hit 4,000 today. Now the question is, what is next? Our target is 5,000. But we aren't just looking at the numbers, we are looking at the roadmap. We have big plans. We are expanding our focus on deep dive business strategy, more framework on how to survive the next generation of AI disruption. We will also focus on space and tech. We are ramping up our coverage on new space race, lunar colonization, and the technology that will define the next decade. We will also look at the educational revolution. We are continuing to work with UPSC aspirants and those looking to reskill in an evolving economy. We have some exciting guests and collaboration in the pipeline that we can't wait to share. The journey to 5,000 is going to be faster, deeper, and more dynamic than ever before. We hope our stay is strapped in for the ride. If you have been with us since the beginning, thank you. If you are new to Akulmach Business Family, welcome. We are so glad that you are here. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the button and join us. And for everyone, the best way you can help us reach our next target for 5,000 is to share your favorite video from our channel with with one colleague or friend who might find it valuable. Let's keep growing, let's keep learning and keep leading. Once again, thank you all for 4,000 subscription. We'll see you very soon in the next one, my friends. Bye for now. Hello, friends. You are most welcome. Namaskaram. The lines on the silicon wafer are now more important than the borders on the map. As the corporate giants merge to control the world's lithography, the UPSC syllabus is being rewritten in real time. If you don't understand how these semiconductors dictate the national sovereignty, you're already behind the administrative curve. How? Let us explore this further. If your UPSC notes on globalization still rely on the logic of the early 2020s, where efficiency and open markets reigned supreme, you are already behind the curve. In 2026, the lines on a silicon wafer are more critical than the borders on the map. We are witnessing a global silicon merger, a strategic consolidation of power where semiconductors, lithography, the backbone of AI, defense, and the global economy is becoming a monopoly. This isn't just a tech issue, it is the single most important variable in the 2026-27 UPSC syllabus. Today, we are tearing up the old playbook and rewriting our notes on national sovereignty. The India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 and why the chip war is the great game of our generation. The global semiconductor industry is projected to cross $1 trillion revenue threshold by 2026 end. But here is a catch. It is becoming zero-sum game. For years, we taught ourselves that supply chain were about comparative advantages. Today, that has been replaced by technological sovereignty. Why? Because as AI demand explodes, we see a massive divergence. And there are few things that we must know. First is the AI pivot. Memory chips, which is also known as DRAM, and the specialized AI compute hardware are seeing unprecedented demand, leading to a structural constraint where only a handful of players can supply the pickaxes for the AI gold rush. Number two is the geopolitical trap. As the US and China decouple, countries are no longer looking for the cheapest chip, they are looking for the safest chips. This has led to a strategic consolidation of lithography technology. And number three, which is related to your GS3 paper, stop thinking of semiconductors as just another commodity. They are now strategic assets. When you write your answers, don't talk about trade barriers, talk about supply chain resilience and critical infrastructure protections. So, where does the India stand here in all of this? In July 2026, the Union Cabinet officially approved Semicon 2.0 with an outlay of 1,27,500 crore in terms of Indian rupees. If you are still only talking about Semicon 1.0 in your answers, you are losing marks. Semicon 2.0 is a shift from capacity creation to technological depth. It focuses on six critical pillars which you need to memorize. Number one is chip design, moving from mere services provider to IP owners. Number two is machine and material, localization of chemicals and the gases required for manufacturing. Number three is the fabrications, fab, in short, moving towards 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer nodes by the next decades. Number four is ATMP or OSCT, advanced packaging, which is the hidden part of the value chain. India is currently dominating. R&D, closing the gap between Indian academic research and the industry application. And lastly, the talent, creating a future ready force. So what are the UPSC takeaway? India is no longer just aiming to be a hub, it is aiming to be a trusted partner. When analyzing India's foreign policy, look at the MOU signed with the EU, Japan, and the US. This is not just trade, it is building of Silicon diplomacy bloc. To master this topic for the mains, recognize your notes into this four quadrant framework. Quadrant one, which is the geopolitics, discuss the silicon diplomacy and the quad semiconductor supply chain partnership. Quadrant two is the economy. Discuss shift from cyclic semiconductor growth to AI driven structural demand. Quadrant 3 is the internal security. Semiconductors are the backbone of defense, satellite, and telecom infrastructure. And lastly, quadrant 4, which is the governance, the role of Niti Aayog's roadmap and the transition from fiscal subsidies to R&D led growth. Do not just dump facts about the fab plants. Connect them to Atmanirbhar Bharat and the goal of achieving domestic capability for 70 to 75% of applications by 2029. The most important takeaway for civil servant is that the world is moving away from a single global supply chain to a multipolar technology ecosystem. If you understand that semiconductors are the new oil and the monopolies controlling them are the new OPEC, you will write answers that demonstrate a high level of administrative understanding of the 21st century statecraft. Don't just prepare for an exam, prepare for the role of the policymaker. Rewrite your notes, focus on the strategy, not just the states. And remember, in the race for the digital sovereignty, India isn't just participating in in the whole rat race, it is positioning itself to lead. So, friends, in the end, I will like to say good luck for your examinations, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Is the reign of US dollar finally coming to an end? Why we are saying this? Because as of July 2026, the digital rupee is no longer just an experiment. It's a powerhouse weapon for de-dollarization that is rewriting the rules of global trade. In this video, we will discover how India is bypassing the traditional banking system to lead a financial revolution. Let's go and explore this further. For nearly a century, the United States dollar has sat comfortably on an untouchable throne. It is the world's primary reserve currency, the universal grease of the international trade, and the ultimate instrument of the global financial power. And if you wanted to buy oil, ships, electronics, or clear international debts, you use dollars and you routed it through Western dominated systems like SWIFT. But every empire faces a turning point. Welcome to the new era of global finance. As of 2026, the conversation has shifted dramatically. What started as an experiment trial by the Reserve Bank of India is now evolving into a powerhouse weapon for de-dollarization. It is called the digital rupee or e-rupee. Is the reign of US dollar finally coming to an end? And how India is using this digital asset to bypass the traditional banking system, rewrite global trade corridors, and lead a monumental financial revolution. So, friends, let's dive in. To understand how the digital rupee is shaking up the international trade, we first need to look at what is, actually this is. The digital rupee is India's central bank digital currency, also known as CBDC, issued directly by the Reserve Bank of India. Unlike the commercial bank deposits or the private cryptocurrency, the e-rupee is a direct liability of the central bank. It carries the exact same sovereign trust, safety, and the legal tender status as a physical cash, but lives entirely in the digital wallet. The RBI rolled out its pilot in two distinct phases. Phase 1 is the retail CBDC, which is e-rupee, aimed at everyday peer-to-peer and peer-to-merchant transactions scaling rapidly to millions of users across India. Phase 2 is the wholesale CBDC, which is known as e-rupee W, designed specifically for interbank settlement, government securities, and security market and high value institutional trades. While other countries spend years debating digital currencies, India built out a massive technological backbone. By shifting focus towards programmable money, offline transaction capability via NFC, and advanced cross-border frameworks, India positioned its domestic digital currency to step onto the global stage. And that global stage is where things get fascinating. Why do emerging economy want an alternative to the US dollar? That's a big question. To answer that, you have to look at the plumbing of the global trade. Right now, if Indian enterprise want to buy a good or bunch of goods from a supplier in South America or Southeast Asia, the transaction doesn't just go directly from India to that country, because the global financial system relies heavily on the US dollar as an intermediary currency. The money from often has to be converted into US dollars, routed through correspondent bank in New York, processed via the Swift messaging network, then converted back into the target local currency. This legacy system creates three massive friction points. First, high transaction cost. Every conversion steps incur currency exchange fee and banking overhead. Two, time delays. The traditional cross-border settlement can take anywhere from 24 hours to several business days due to time zone differences and the manual reconciliation. And number three is the geopolitical vulnerability. Because dollar transactions ultimately touch the US banking infrastructure, Washington holds the enormous leverage. Nations can find their assets frozen, their access to SWIFT cut off, or their economies paralyzed by the unilateral sanctions. For major markets, emerging markets specifically, this dependency is a strategic vulnerability. Enter the secret weapon, which is cross border CBDC interlinking. This is where the digital rupee transactions from domestic convenience into a geopolitical game changer. Ahead of the major international summits, including India's hosting of 2026 BRICS Summit, the Reserve Bank of India has actively pushed for a groundbreaking initiative, the interlinking of the central bank digital currencies, which is CBDCs, among emerging economies. Instead of creating a single cumbersome unified currency like the euro, the BRICS approach is far more agile. Each participating nation, whether it is India, Brazil, South Africa, or other, retain complete sovereignty over its own digital currency. However, the technological and settlement level bridge allows these digital currency to talk to each other seamlessly. Imagine an Indian manufacturer trading with the partners in a BRICS nation using wholesale digital rupee. The transaction settles instantly on a distributed ledger network. No US dollar intermediary is required. No correspondent bank delay in New York. Settlement finality is achieved in seconds. Absolutely no delay and no waiting for number of days. By establishing bilateral and multilateral trade corridors settled in local digital currencies, countries can bypass traditional Western messaging systems entirely. This drastically reduces foreign exchange risk, lower trade friction, and shield participating economies from external financial coercions. De-dollarization is no longer just a theoretical debate among economists. It is a practical policy shift happening in real time. When nations can trade using their own sovereign digital currency backed by blockchain and advanced cryptographic architecture, the structural demand for the US dollar naturally begins to soften. While the dollar is not going to vanish overnight, it is absolute monopoly over the international trade settlement is fracturing. For India, this initiative cements its position as digital superpower. India's success with its domestic digital stack from UPI to e-rupee pilot has proven that it is scalable. High volume financial public infrastructure can be deployed across population over a billion people. Exporting this reliability into cross-border trade gives India immense diplomatic and economic leverage across the global south. The reign of the US dollar was built on an era of paper money, centralized banking monopolies, and physical trade routes. But the future of global trade is instantaneous, digital, and decentralized. The digital rupee is more than just an upgrade to Indian monetary system. It is carefully crafted financial instrument designed to secure sovereignty, slash trade barriers, and spearhead the global movement towards a multipolar financial order. The rules of the global trades are being rewritten right now, one digital block at a time. So friends, what are your thoughts? Is the era of US dollar coming to a close, or will the greenback adapt the digital age as well? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into global economy and geopolitical issues. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identifies three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which requires consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high-stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And It is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice lead to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive deep into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer, may lie in chilling than ever imagined. Okay. Well, imagine a world where Harry Potter and the Top Gun live under the same roof, right? And where the gritty prestige of HBO and the massive broadcast reach of CBS are controlled by the same board of directors. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th, 2026, the media landscape shifted on its axis. Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder officially voted to approve a massive $110 billion merger with Paramount Skydance. It is a deal that essentially kills the streaming war, as we know them from the last decade. We aren't just looking at another merger, we are looking at the birth of media titans specifically designed to survive the wreckage of the peak TV era. But this wasn't a smooth ride. It involved a hostile bid, a rejected offer from Netflix, and a shareholder reward over executive payouts that would make Roman Emperor blush. Today we are breaking down the WBD Paramount Power Play. What happens to the Max and Paramount Plus? Why does the shareholder reject David Zaslav's massive bonus? And most importantly, how does this affect your subscription bill? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk money. Paramount Skydance, led by David Allison, is acquiring 100% of the Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag, what is this price tag? It is $31 per share in cash. When you factor this WBD significant debt, the total enterprise value hit a staggering $111 billion. This wasn't WBD's first choice. Earlier this year, Netflix actually tried to swoop in $72 billion bid for just the studio and the streaming assets. But Paramount went for the all or nothing strategy. They didn't just want the movies, they wanted the cable network, the news, and the sports. By February 27th, Netflix blinked. They cited capital discipline and walked away. Paramount, backed by Allison family, which is, of course, you know Allison, right? The Larry Ellison family. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, also very, very famous entrepreneur, globally known. And Redbird Capital. They both stepped up with the cash. WBD shareholders are now overwhelmingly given their blessings with 1.7 billion votes in favor. However, the deal isn't closed yet. It's expected to finalize in Q3 of 2026, pending some very intense regulatory scrutiny. So what does this mean? It's all about synergy. The goal here is to create a next generation media company. Think about the intellectual property, which is IP library, they now control together as one entity. We're talking about DC Universe meeting Mission Impossible, right? The Game of Thrones alongside Star Trek, SpongeBob SquarePants, Sesame Street under one banner. But the biggest change for us as a consumer, the super streamer, managed managed by the combined entity, and the people who are going to manage this whole thing have already hinted that Max and Paramount Plus will eventually merge into a single platform. For the companies, this saves billions, specifically 6 billion annually by this change. Alright, so they no longer have to pay for the two separate tech stacks, two marketing departments, or two set of overhead. For the viewer, it means one app to rule, to view all of them, to rule all of them. But it also means less competition. which historically lead to, you guessed it, price hike. So if there is no competition, they have consolidated the market, they are free to put any price tag whatever they want, right? There is no pressure from the market. So if there is one thing that keeps the lights on the old media, it's the live sports. And this merger creates an absolute juggernaut. Combined, WBD and Paramount now holds the right to the NFL via CBS, NCAA March Madness, NHL and MLB championship leagues, the Olympic internationally, and the PGA tours and UFC. In a world where Amazon and Apple are trying to buy their way into sports, this combined entity becomes the must-have partner for every major league. They have the broadcast reach of CBS for the big games and streaming flexibility of Max for everything else. This is their shield against Netflix, which has only recently started dipping its toes into live events. Now, let's get to the spicy part. While the shareholder loved the deal, they hate the exit packages. WBD CEO David Zaslav, a man often criticized for his aggressive cost-cutting and vaulting of completed films, was lined up for a golden parachute worth $850 million as an exit for himself. At the special meeting on April 23rd, shareholders voted forcefully against these executive payouts. 1.4 billion votes were casted against the compensation packages. Now, here is the kicker. The vote is non-binding. Technically, board can still pay him, but the message is clear. Hollywood creators and investors alike are tired of seeing massive executive bonuses while the industry suffers through layoffs and budget cuts. Even Hollywood legends like Denis Villeneuve and David Fincher signed an open letter opposing the consolidation, fearing it will lead to fewer choices and less creative freedom. So, is the deal done? Not quite. The US Department of Justice and the UK regulatory bodies are currently looking at this with a magnifying glass. Senators like Elizabeth Warren have already called it an antitrust disaster that threatens to raise prices for American families. If the deal doesn't close by September 30th, a ticking fee kick in Paramount will have to pay WBD shareholders an extra 25 cents per share every quarter. It's a massive incentive to get across the finish line fast. The streaming war started as a race to see who could spend most money to get the most subscribers. This merger proves that the race is over. The new game is now known as survival. By joining forces, WBD and Paramount aren't trying to win the war. They're trying to make sure they are the last ones standing. So what do you think, friends? Is this a super streamer you have been waiting for? Or are we just watching the slow death of a variety in Hollywood? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button to stay updated on the most massive media mergers of our lifetime. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026 we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025 July 1st, we knew it was fast, we knew it was big, but as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes, from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope, have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3I Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3I Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan, led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano, published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically, deuterated water, or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3i Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think, that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark, frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization. The universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. We used to think only migratory birds could feel the Earth's magnetic pull. But that truth is hidden in our own DNA. What if your vision is actually powered by subatomic shifts happening at the quantum level? You might be carrying an ancient navigational system inside your eye without even knowing. So, scientists have discovered that the protein in your retina are capable of quantum entanglement, allowing you to potentially sense the Earth's magnetic field. We are unlocking a latent sensory perception that bridges the gap between biology and physics. So, let's find out more about this. Every living creature is immersed in an invisible ocean of magnetism. The Earth's magnetic field, stretching from pole to pole, is a silent architect of navigation and migration and orientations. Birds traces its line across the continent. Sea turtles follow its whisper through the deep, and even human through unaware may sense it. Subtle pull sometimes. The secret lies not in mysticism, but in a quantum physics woven into the very molecule of vision. At the heart of this phenomena is a tiny molecule called cryptochrome, found in the retina of many animals, including humans. Cryptochrome is a light-sensitive protein that responds to blue wavelength. When photon strikes it, they trigger a quantum reaction, a dance of electron that defies the classical logic. Two electrons become entangled, meaning their state are linked no matter how far apart they are. And this entanglement allows them to act as a miniature compass sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field. Imagine this process as a quantum whisper. A photon enters the eye, energizing the cryptochrome, and the molecule split into two radicals, each with an unpaired electron. And these electrons spin in an opposite direction, forming that physicists call a radical pair. The Earth's magnetic field subtly alters the orientation of these spin, changing how the molecule behave chemically. The result is faint signal modulation in the light pattern that the brain could, in theory, interprets as a directional information. So next time you step outside and feel inexplicably drawn towards direction, remember, your eye may be whisper with quantum particles, tracing the Earth's magnetic symphony. So you are, in very real sense, a part of the planet's quantum design, seeing not just with the light, but with the physics of the cosmos itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please do inform us from which city you are watching this video, so that that will actually determine us the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion. So as the migratory birds, that quantum compass is vital. They don't see magnetic lines as glowing threads in a sky, but their visual system may overlay magnetic cues onto their perception of color or brightness. It is as if the world's magnetic geometry is painted faintly over their vision, a hidden layer guiding them across the ocean and continents. So astonishingly, the part of their guidance actually depends on quantum coherence, a fragile state that usually collapses in warm and noisy environment. So yet the nature has found a way to preserve it inside a living eye. So in human, cryptochrome exists too. And though its magnetic sensitivity is much weaker, some researchers speculate that our ancestor may have once used this ability for orientation before modern tools replaced instinct. Experiments have shown that the human cryptochrome can respond to magnetic field under lab's condition, suggesting that our eyes still hold the blueprint of quantum navigation. And it is reminded that evolution does not erase, it repurposes. So quantum physics, often confined to labs and equation, thus become a biological language. The same principle that governs subatomic particles also shape the perception and behavior. Entanglement, coherence, and the spin concept that seems abstract are the invisible thread connecting life to the cosmos. So when you open your eyes, you are not merely seeing light. You are participating in a quantum conversation between matter and magnetism. So this discovery blurs the boundary between physics and biology. It challenges the notion that living systems are too messy for quantum effect. And in this cryptochrome molecule, the quantum mechanics operates with precision and translating magnetic information into biochemical signal. It is as if evolution itself learned to harness the uncertainty of a quantum world to create certainty in navigation. So the implication reached beyond migration. So understanding how quantum processes occur in biology could revolutionize the technology. Quantum sensors, medical imaging, and even the artificial vision system inspired by the nature's design. And if the bird's eye can detect magnetic field through the quantum entanglement, perhaps the future device could do the same and guiding drones or spacecraft with organic actually precision. And there's a poetic side to this science. The idea that our eye evolve to perceive a color or form also carries the potential to sense the planet magnetic heartbeat connects us deeply to earth, and it suggests that the perception is not limited to what is visible but actually extend into the unseen architecture of reality. The magnetic field becomes the silent companion shaping the rhythm of life from migration to moods. So, in the end, the story of cryptochrome and the quantum vision is a story of unity between physics and biology, between microscopic and the planet related, and it also reminds us that the universe does not draw hard lines between disciplines. It weave them together, and they glance at the horizon, and every turn of a bird in a flight is a testament to this invisible harmony. So now we have come to the end of this topic, this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comment on this topic. To see you in the next one very soon. Till then, take care. Bye. Hello, friends. Welcome. What if you could eliminate labor instability and seasonal unpredictability with a single strategic move? Vertical farming robots are no longer a tech demo. They are now the ultimate competitive advantage for 2026. Traditional farming is not really going forward in a way we actually assume, but the world's smartest investors are quietly moving into industrial warehouses. We are witnessing a radical shift where the automotive gantries and the precision robotics are replacing the unpredictable nature of soil and seasons. By merging the historical resources management with the cutting edge automation, these high density systems are transforming agriculture into a predictable, vertically integrated powerhouse. So let's find out more about this.
Hello friends. The big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go. In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow, and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, So your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You're focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine two CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So, which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms. Not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property. It is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode. They turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena, and to understand this type of supernova we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further. Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf-Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT 2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So, what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning 100 of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FPOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.